hearing anything. Should I be hearing something?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
But Lynn, we are ready to start the meeting at your pleasure.
Okay, I think we have to wait till exactly 6 o'clock.
That works. Just letting you know that we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. It is 6 o'clock on October 24th, and I call this regularly scheduled Dunwoody City Council meeting to order unless there is an objection. Seeing no objection, this meeting is called to order. Councilman Price, can you please lead us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance?
At this meeting, help us to make decisions which keep us faithful to our mission and reflect our values. Give us strength to hold to our purpose, wisdom to guide us, and a keen perception to lead us. And above all, keep us charitable as we deliberate. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
The first item on the agenda is administration of oaths of office to officers Elvin Ayers, Emma Bakaj, and Prince Green, Mayor Deutsch.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure tonight to introduce three of our newest officers, if they would come forward. So first, I'd like to introduce Emma Bakages. Emma just graduated from the Police Academy on Friday, and she received a leadership award. She was the corporal for the class. They have a sergeant and a corporal selected by the class members, and we're very proud of her for that. Emma has an EMT background. She was a firefighter and also worked at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Emma has a Bachelor of Arts degree in graphic design from Robert Morris University, and we're happy to have her on our team. Let's see. Second, we have Prince Green. Prince came to us from the DeKalb County Police Department, where he was employed as a police officer since 2020. Prior to that, he worked for the YMCA. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice from Berkeley College, and we're excited to have Prince on our team. And lastly, but not least, is Elvin Arias. Elvin joins us from the Smyrna Police Department, where he was employed as a police officer since 2020. And we're excited to have Elvin on our team as well.
On behalf of Mayor Deutsch and City Council, thank you for your service. We really appreciate your service. That's the oath of office, if I may. Raise your right hand. On my honor, I state your name. They need to say this.
Yeah.
Please repeat after me. On my honor, I state your name.
On my honor, I, Emma Bakages,
Do solemnly swear and affirm that
do solemnly swear and affirm that
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Georgia,
the Constitution of the State of Georgia,
and the Charter and ordinances of the City of Dunwoody, Georgia.
and the Charter and ordinances of the City of Dunwoody, Georgia.
I am not the holder of any unaccounted for public money due to this state,
I am not the holder of any unaccounted for public money due to this state
or any political subdivision or authority thereof.
or any public.
I am not the holder of any office of trust under the government of the United States,
I am not the holder of any office or trust under the government of the United States,
any other state,
any other state,
or any foreign state which I am by the state of Georgia prohibited from holding.
or any foreign state that I am by the laws of the state of Georgia prohibited from holding.
I am otherwise qualified to hold the office of peace officer
I am otherwise qualified to hold the office of officer
according to the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia.
according to the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia.
I will faithfully follow the legal rules, regulations, and policies
I will faithfully follow the legal rules, regulations, and policies
and procedures of the Dunwoody Police Department and the city of Dunwoody, Georgia.
and procedures of Dunwoody Police Department, City of Dunwoody, Georgia.
I want to thank you all for choosing Dunwoody, and we are so grateful for your service to our community. And Councilman Hennigan, will you lead public comment, please? Mayor Pro Tem Hennigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Public comment is 30 minutes total with 3 minutes limit for each speaker. I will call the names up. The first name up is Daniel Lillebach, 1678 Leeds Way. Daniel,
It's pronounced Gibbons.
sorry. How is that? Thank you.
Under the American Disability Services Act, this is dyslexia. I'm sorry, I was told I should have gone to medical school. Unfortunately, I work retail, so I apologize. My comment and concern is that I've talked to the Public Works Department and they're saying that the Leeds Way, which it attaches between Cambridge and Leeds Court, which has been paved by both DeKalb County 2 times and the city of Dunwoody 1 time, does not need to be paved, is not a priority, and that the culvert is perfectly fine. Well, that culvert does flood on a regular basis and floods my neighbors on a regular basis. I have been a resident at that address since 1989. I live with my family, Wendy and Corky Gibbons. And this is a major concern that when we voted back in 2009 for this to become a city, that I thought they were going to take the road seriously. In 2018, when the roads were being redone, they said that the city approved those to be done, and they actually parked their equipment on those roads. That October, they took their equipment and didn't touch that road at all. I've been trying to get someone from the county animal to take a look at that road. It floods on a regular basis. Runoff goes there on a regular basis. It is in the worst shape possible. And all know who Miss Holly is, who is one of the DeKalb County Vanderlyn school bus drivers. She drove me when I was a kid. drives that road and she says she hates that one spot. And it's been getting worse and worse ever since she's been driving, ever since me and my brother have been kids. I'm 35. That should tell you that if this part is not if one stretch of road is not important and runoff is not important, I don't know what the city is doing.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Mr. Joe Hirsch.
Hi, as council members, you should know that some staff and employees of the city are not honest with you or the public. And tonight, of course, I'll be naming names for you. One of your agenda discussion items today involves the city's technology policies. And within the proposed 34 pages for the city is a paragraph regarding open records, reminding city employees that, quote, every form of message is recorded and stored in compliance with the Georgia open records laws, unquote. However, we already know that the city of Dunwoody violates the state of Georgia's Open Records Act. Recall several months ago when I shared with you what happened when I requested certain text messages from our city manager, Eric Linton. The city responded and told me that his text messages were no longer retrievable because Eric had just started using a new cell phone and nothing was saved from his previous phone. Now, I know all of you have had Georgia Open Records training, yet none of you have had the moral conviction to say what the city did was wrong and illegal. And all of you shamefully violated your oaths of office. Speak out. Now, let me share with you another incident. Last year, at the business Mr. Tire on Dunwoody Village Parkway, Dunwoody police officer Pham essentially held employees hostage, yes, telling them they could not leave until his wife's car was put back together. The 911 audio call from Mr. Tire is disturbing, yet in spite of other officers coming to the aid of Mr. Tire employees, there was no police incident report filled out. Of course not. So I wanted to see what text messages Officer Pham was writing about from this incident. When I asked the city for his text messages, I was told there were none. So then I requested Officer Pham's cell phone bill. And what do you know? It showed that indeed there had been numerous text messages sent and received on the days that I requested. So why didn't I receive a copy of those messages? Well, I think you need to ask Ginger LePage, our city's technology director, along with Sharon Lowry, our city's clerk, because at the time of my request, they knew Officer Pham had text messages that I had requested, but our police chief, Billy Grogan, said he had checked the phone and there were none. So rather than perhaps calling into question Chief Grogan's truthfulness to find out where those text messages went, Sharon and Ginger just decided to tell me that there were no text messages. This was not a simple error. Someone, perhaps Grogan or Pham, deleted the text messages that were legally requested. And then you had two employees choose to lie about it to me in violation of the Open Records Act. Will you discuss this tonight during your technology policy portion of the meeting? Maybe someone on council has courage and is honest. Otherwise, you each will demonstrate cowardice and a lack of transparency that is required under the law. Also, you really need to investigate and talk to Ginger and Sharon before they face some legal troubles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. Mr. Peter Fritz.
Hi, I'm Peter Fritz. I'm the president of Heritage at Dunwoody Homeowners Association. I just want to take a minute to thank Mayor Deutsch.
Can you speak into the microphone just a little bit, make sure the green light is on?
It is, sorry.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure you're
Thanks.
taking, everybody can hear you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Mayor Deutsch, Councilman Hennigan for, last city council meeting for delaying the vote on the Vermac Park with the insertion of, the path cut through from the park into the Heritage and Dunwoody cut through. Thank you for that. Councilman Price, Councilor Seconder, thank you both, for coming out to meeting with a group of passionate people on Tuesday evening and braving the cold. We appreciate you coming and listening to us. One of the things, Mr. Seconder, you had mentioned was, stats, data driven makes sense. So we have a petition that has been passed around and given to you all, which is showing 82 homes have signed the petition. Within that is a map of red dots. Those are the addresses of those homes to which have signed that. 45 of those came from Heritage at Dunwoody. 37 came from Village Mill. That's a household. So when you double that, that's 164 people, adults. I think that kind of says something about how the community has reacted to that path. And basically our privacy and our safety are paramount to us, and the community that is immediately impacted. I believe, it was stated a quarter mile from that cut through, there were 52 homes. Well, 82, which is past that, have said they don't want it. So I ask that you consider that and think about that. I know this could be deferred, but we would like to have that path removed, before community input for sensory items in the park, it might come up. The second of all, the Heritage of Dunwoody has some asks and requests, because the cut through between Village Mill and us falls in some of our property, which we've submitted, just asking to work with us because we have community standard on that, and also reserving our right if we decide to gate in our whole community, which requires covenants, bylaw votes. We're not talking about that, but we reserve the right to do that at the community-wide choosing, which is not being discussed, to be clear. Thank you for your time and everything you do.
Thank you, Mr. Fritz. Terry Goldman.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Terry Goldman, and my husband John and I have lived in Village Mill for 18 years. I stand before you tonight requesting that the proposed path that was inserted into the new drawings for Vermac Park on October 10th that enters into Village Mill and Heritage of Dunwoody be taken out permanently from the plans. My concerns are numerous, but I will be brief in commenting. This path is a pathway for crime into our neighborhoods. It's basically a backdoor for criminals. Privacy for our neighbors that live along this path will be severely diminished. People that want to utilize the path can drive up to this area, park their cars in front of neighbors' homes, and any solution of putting up no parking signs in this area totally cheapens the look of the neighborhood. People will litter along the path. Just look at the sidewalks down along Dunwoody High School and neighboring streets as an example. Trees and vegetation will be taken down, and there will be very little buffer between the homes and the path. Last night around 8 p.m., I drove into some of the neighboring parks to see if people were in any of the parks, since they're supposed to be closed at 8 p.m. I'm sorry, at sunset, except for Brook Run, which closes at 11. And in one park in particular, I witnessed a car pull up in the parking lot. 3 people were in the car. Young guy got out of the car, walked into the pavilion area, and just stood there as he was definitely waiting to meet someone. I didn't hang out long enough to watch, but the car remained in the parking lot. And I know this is, of course, an assumption, but I can only bet that something was probably going to be exchanged. Maybe Georgia, Florida tickets, don't know. But there were also 2 other people just sitting innocently on a wall, but hanging out after the park is closed. My point being, the park was closed. And with crime only getting worse, drugs are pouring into our country in amounts our nation has never seen before. Why would any of us welcome a path into our neighborhoods from a public park and expect it to be closed at sunset and only innocent neighbors using it during hours when the park is open? We're inviting crime into our neighborhoods that are lived in by the constituents that you all are representing. An agenda of connectivity, walkability, and biking for convenience only is not worth putting our neighbors at risk. I'm requesting that you also give more weight to the houses that are surrounding this path and their opinions versus, like, I'm probably 10 houses away, but the ones that are close to it, they're the ones that need heavier weight. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Johnson.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak. It's Erin Johansson.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm one of the neighbors that's on that strip of land that everyone's talking about. I really appreciate the councilman that came out earlier last week and spoke to us for a minute. If you haven't been out there, please come out and take a look. I really want a walkable, bikeable city. I love that vision. I'm on board, but it's only 40 to 50 feet wide there. And it's going to mean that the path will actually be between 20 and 15 feet from my fence line. My fence line is by HOA rules, an aluminum black fence. You can see right through it. We put evergreens up. in anticipation of what we thought would be a private owner of that land, but now it's going to be public. So there's not much more that we can do about it. My concerns are threefold. One is privacy, as I said. I have a 17-year-old daughter who likes to sunbathe. And I know Councilman Price has got a friend of hers. And as you can imagine, your daughter out back wants to sunbathe. I'm going to be back there monitoring it, policing it like I did when they were 5 or 6 years old. In addition, sometimes we forget to leave our blinds up at night. And I'm going to have to make sure I police that, especially in those rooms of my kids. With regards to security, so many people have already said, if you walk toward Dunwoody High School and there's the forested area, you oftentimes find vapes, empty vodka bottles or whatever. And we even see that across what we call the hole. The hole is that pathway that you walk between Village Mill and Dunwoody, Heritage of Dunwoody. We're going to see more of that, I'm afraid, because it will really invite them. I mean, the kids will feel like this is a great place to go and have a little safety and security from their parents, and feel, I think we'll be just inviting it. It'll be an advertisement for them. Furthermore, that does not even include theft. My husband and I have already started now talking, since this has kind of come back up, about what we're going to do to lock up stuff at night in our backyard. And I had lived over near Austin Elementary before, and I never thought about, well, I need to lock up my stuff at night in my backyard. And then parking already was my third concern. If you haven't driven around in the Heritage side of that area, Ashton Woods did a horrible job with the street. It's super narrow. There's only room for one car parked on one side. And then if you meet another car, you have to wait and let people go through. So if someone has a party or something in our neighborhood, we all have to notify each other to know that, get home before a certain time so that you can be sure to make it in, because I'm having, end of school party or something like that. So if there is a big event, we're all going to have to park on, make sure that everybody parks on one side, and they're not going to, because they're not going to know. And then we're going to.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johansson. Next up is Amy Robinson.
Thank you all for your time. And thank you, as mentioned, that Mayor Deutsch and Mr. Hennigan delayed this from last past time. I also am a resident of Heritage of Dunwoody. And along with all the thefts and all that thing that you've heard and you will continue to hear, I'm sure, I fear the parking. I live opposite where the path would empty out. So come to the neighborhood, I'm happy to show you, but basically at the very end of that street, and I live on a cul-de-sac. And as mentioned before, if UPS is in the neighborhood, cars can't get by. If trash are in the neighborhood, nobody can get by for a while. All these things. My biggest fear is safety. So no fire truck's going to get close enough to me to put out a house fire. No policeman's going to get to me in an emergency. And with 3 kids, that's my biggest fear. Thank you for your time.
All right, next up is Michael. There you go, Michael. I couldn't get Johansson right. Come on, please give me a break.
It's all good. I appreciate it. I'm Dr. Michael Gottschalk. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of y'all tonight. I may have emailed a few of you if you haven't received it. But first and foremost, I'd like to thank Mayor Deutsch, as well as Councilman Price and Councilman Seconder for both coming out and visiting with us on a very cold night, as you may remember. We all obviously live fairly close to this path, and it's obviously a large topic of contention with all of us. Similarly, I live fairly close, maybe not abutting the path, but close enough to have concerns myself. First and foremost, I think, as you can see, there's not a large area, and there are setbacks to most of the houses, as we all know, to public property. The amount from the fence to the path is going to be very small, especially if it's an 88 path that we all probably assume it would be if it's built according to code. And one of the issues is, as previously mentioned, our HOA has covenants that do not allow opaque fences. So the problem is that Each fence is essentially visible. You can view into anyone's backyard, and I can imagine that if any of you own any of these houses, you probably wouldn't want a piece of public property right behind your house with anybody able to view in, peek in, and essentially see what you're doing, two, potentially vandalize anything, or three, potentially threaten any of your family or kids and things of that nature. So I would also ask that you think accordingly based off of wanting more information. I know that seems very important to Councilman Seconder, but we've all been polled previously. I don't know if you all recall this, but when going up for the master plans of both parks, there was actually an electronic survey sent by the city to most of us that live within a certain area. And essentially, we had the opportunity to vote and provide feedback accordingly on what we wanted in the parks and whether or not we wanted a path. I don't know if that data is available. I would probably ask that you ask the technology person that probably spoke earlier, but my guess it's probably not anymore. I would strongly encourage you to vote tonight against the path. Most of us are professionals. We don't, we take time off to come to a meeting like this. I can't monitor the city of Dunwoody on a regular basis and say, hey, look, every Monday that I'm supposed to be taking call at a level 1 trauma center for all of Atlanta that I can take off and be here. I would just strongly recommend that you think we all have families. We have small kids. We all appreciate what you guys do. I know that you're public servants. You don't have to be here. You offered up your time accordingly, so we appreciate that. But I think we all feel very strongly that the path shouldn't be there. I would strongly urge you not to delay the vote. Vote against it, please. And think about, the rest of us that are here essentially saying that. So I appreciate all your time, appreciate you listening to us. And thank you for all that you guys do.
Thank you, Michael. Next up is Mr. David Randolph.
Good evening. Thank you for your service to Dunwoody. I also want to talk about that blasted path, 45 to 50 feet wide, and it butts directly up to my neighbors as well as being very close to my house. It's been proposed on the plans that thin strip of land be used as a pathway that cuts through the neighborhoods for the new plans for Vermac Park. Our point of view is that pathway will destroy the privacy and security of the homes along that proposed pathway. In our opinion, the pathway is a perk. It's not a mandatory thing. You can have the park without the pathway. Everyone can go through the front entrance just like everyone else in Dunwoody. Our privacy and our security in our neighborhood is not a perk, that is a right. And we were there first. We've been there for 7 years and the Village Springs homes have been there for 30 years. I created a simulation in some documents that I passed out that show a simulation of what it would look like if there was the proper buffer between the edge of the path and our actual lot lines. And for Brook Run Park, there was an agreement there that there would be 100 feet between the edge of the path and then people's private lots. And what you can see there is because the little strip of land is only 50 feet wide, there's not only not 100 feet, there's not even 1 foot between our backs of our yards and the edge of this pathway. This is an agreement that has been made with also the new park on Roberts Drive. And so that buffer is what's missing from this particular pathway. So what we'd like to do is remove the pathway from the plans, still have the park. We're down with the park. We completely support it. Let's save the hundreds of thousands of dollars on building it, put it back into the budget, save the taxpayers money, make your fellow residents and taxpayers really happy in Heritage of Dunwoody, as well as our neighbors in the other Village Mills neighborhood right next to us. So thank you for your service. And if you'll take a look at those documents, we would really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next up is Chris Arnon.
Good evening. I'm a longtime resident of Dunwoody and also a heavily involved volunteer for the Dunwoody lacrosse program. I'm here with Jeff Klein, who's been the middle school coach as well as assistant varsity coach with Dunwoody lacrosse. Unfortunately, Coach Mike Nash, the football and head lacrosse coach, was not able to make this meeting today. But I wanted to share our feedback on the proposed park designs for Roberts and Vermac. And mainly the disappointment that those designs don't include fields that are marked for lacrosse, nor football, nor any plans for girls softball. My son is a junior at Dunwoody lacrosse. He has been in the program since middle school. We have practiced on the dirt and rock grass in the back of Brook Run before it was recently redeveloped. We've rented space at the JCC baseball fields. We've been all over Dunwoody in search of a practice field and have yet to have one. So our ask is that whether it's Roberts or Vermac, it looks like Roberts right now has what's being described as a multi-use field. The multi-use field that we see is another soccer field similar to those that are Brook Run that aren't lined for lacrosse nor any other sports. And so the ask and the feedback from the Dunwoody lacrosse program and parents and coaches is that you all consider that that field and future ones are lined for multiple sports. I think that's the least, a small investment in the parks, and not just these tick marks that are currently proposed, but the actual lines, so that our kids that are in the middle school program, we're trying to start a youth lacrosse program here in Dunwoody, so we can compete like programs, Roswell, Sandy Springs, and others that have fields, that have youth lacrosse, that have places to practice. We're looking for the same thing here in Dunwoody, and I think this would be a small ask in those designs in terms of a cost and investment, but it would be a huge thing for those programs. I'm specifically obviously interested in the lacrosse program, but my daughter's in middle school. She has interest in sports as well. Additionally, I would like to point out right now that the turf fields that are in Dunwoody serve baseball and serve soccer. The current designs have another soccer field. Right now, trying to get any time on Brook Run between men's leagues, private soccer leagues is very difficult. Last year, Dunwoody's girls lacrosse, boys lacrosse, JV, and middle school program all shared a half of the field at Brook Run for their practice. 4 teams, hundreds of players, half of the field of Brook Run. So I think this is something that's very important to our parents, and we would really appreciate if you would consider that in your plans for those parks. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one final card. If anybody else needs to speak, we probably have a little bit more than 3 minutes. So come up afterwards. If you just raise your hand, we can fill out a card afterwards. Final card is Mr. Jim Littlefield.
Good evening. Thank you. I just have a short statement. As my family and I are grateful for Dunwoody's commitment to walkable communities, in particular for the sidewalks in Village Mill and Heritage. We use them frequently. So thank you for those, especially ones in Village Mill, which were built recently. We're supportive of having a park, but feel the proposed design is not only a park, but also overflow parking lot. Overflow parking for Donaldson Farmhouse events and likely Dunwoody High School. It should only have parking to support venues at the park. I'm also concerned about the proposed connecting trail between the park and the pass-through between Heritage and Village Mill. We're all for walkable communities, but not at the expense of security and privacy. I prefer the strip of land remain untouched. Thank you for the opportunity to address the proposed plans, and we look forward to collaborating on a design that we can all enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. That's all the cards that we have. Is there any other public comment that wants to be made? Sorry. Yeah, just come up to the microphone, please, and then we'll fill out a card at the end.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. There's an agenda item later on the agenda regarding a change to the alcohol license regulations. And I would just like to add some context to that. My name is Chris Eccles. I am the owner / franchisee for a small business called Scissors and Scotch. And it's a national company. It's a franchise. There's about 20 locations around the country. And I'm excited to bring that brand to the Atlanta area. And I wanted to speak to you because one of the challenges with a business like this is getting alcohol licenses. And in fact, when I signed on to be the franchisee, the franchisors told me, focus on the city of Atlanta, don't focus on any other areas. So initially I focused on the Midtown area, and happy to report that we will have a shop opening there next month in West Midtown. But I always wanted to have a shop in Dunwoody. I just think Dunwoody is a great area. You have a huge amount of office space and residential space. And I think the business would do, I think the folks of Dunwoody would love this business concept. And I understand why communities have regulations around alcohol licenses and of course not wanting bars and nightclubs that are going to bring crime or other problems to communities. Totally understand that. But I just ask that the council consider unique and innovative business ideas that can add jobs and bring new services to communities. Susan Scotch in particular will never be open later than 8 p.m. The bar is a small value add portion of the business. The grooming side brings in about 90% of the revenue across all the shops around the country. So the bar, it really is just a value add. And it was added because when the founders came up with the idea of what would men want in an upscale salon, the first thing they thought of was something to drink, a bar. And that's the catch. That's the thing that kind of hooks people in. So I'm actually in negotiations with the landlords at Ashford Lane to open up a shop there. Would love to do that, and really thank you for your consideration for this change to the language. It will benefit many businesses that are trying to do something unique and a little different. Thank you.
Thank you. If nobody else, that concludes public comment. Go ahead, Sharon.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing. It's a resolution adopting fiscal year 2023 budget. A resolution adopting a budget for the fiscal year 2023 for each fund of the city of Dunwoody, Georgia, pursuant to Article 5, Section 5 of the Charter of the city, beginning January 1, 2023 and ending December 31st, 2023. Appropriating the amount shown in each budget as expenditures, adopting the item of anticipated funding sources, prohibiting expenditures to exceed appropriations, and prohibiting expenditures from exceeding actual funding sources. Jay Vanicki.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the final hearing on the 2023 budget, and it's been basically internally and externally a 3-month process. I want to first off, before we even get started on this, thank Linda Neighbors, Finance Director, and Richard Plato, Assistant Finance Director, for their heavy lifting throughout this process. Things like this don't just happen immediately. They don't happen magically. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of grinding that goes on during this, and they've carried most of the load throughout this process. We've gone through this presentation multiple times, so I'll go through it just to make sure for those that have not been informed of it in the past few weeks, just some details about the budget, and then we'll have the public hearing portion of it and open it up for questions to the council. Per the city charter, the budget is unveiled to the council on August 31st. The budget committee met on September 7th and 8th to review the proposal. The city's grants committee, which is oversaw part of this, the American Rescue Plan funding, met on the 20th to discuss that. Timeline, this is already, most of this has gone on. Today is October 24th. Legally, it must be adopted by October 31st, or else the proposed budget becomes the de facto budget for the next year. However, we just have always set the time frame for the last meeting in October. We've had public hearing, we've had 4 separate meetings, we've had 2 budget meetings, we've had a grants meeting. So the amount of public comment and opportunities is we're in the 8 or 9 meeting area on that. This is just to kind of give everybody a little bit. The budget is a plan, and the budget being voted on tonight is an initial plan. This will be modified probably at least 24 times next year, because every meeting you almost modify at least something in the budget. It is a planning tool for the city to put forth its priorities and for it to sit down and say, this is what we hope to accomplish the next year. The other thing, 2 years ago, city started a capital improvement plan. So we actually add another year into that. So now we're into 2027. You actually have proposed funding that far out in advance on this. Finally, off of this, one of the things I like best is this is a 12-month budget, and we spend 2 months talking about it. So it shows there is a lot of work into this process. Highlights. I want to start off with this. This is the tax rate for every municipal jurisdiction within DeKalb County and the unincorporated one. Now, some of the cities within DeKalb use county services, some do not. So the best way to do it is to add all of them together to show the aggregate tax rate. This is for public consumption here. And in some cases, like Brookhaven actually has special districts that charge higher taxes for certain properties that aren't homesteaded. So it is an Annex A and an Annex B. Full disclosure, Decatur has this wonderful arcane rule where they do everything at 50%, but it's close for enough for comparison purposes. But numbers don't lie off of this. Dunwoody's aggregate tax rate is the lowest in DeKalb County. It is 39.233. Brookhaven normal is at 39.483. And as part of the background on this, that number of 39,233 is actually 1 mil lower because almost every homesteaded property in the city of Dunwoody receives 2.04 as their tax rate. So not only this is the nominal tax rate, which has to be shown for legal purposes, but the extra exemption given to Dunwoody residents makes it phenomenally the lowest in the county. Some highlights, and we're going to go through two different highlights and talk about them in the kind of context. We have an operating budget, which is primarily your general fund. It's the vast majority of your money. This is paid primarily through property taxes, things like fines, things like forfeitures, and it can be used for any purpose. The budget you have before you tonight did not increase or decrease the service level for this next year. Staff understood that we're under financial constraints and that we need to be prudent. So it doesn't add new things. It also, staff went consciously into it not to reduce service levels. When COVID opened up and happened in 2020, we went back, and I was actually very proud of all the department heads on this. We went back with a slash and burn thing because we did not know how the economy was going to go with it. And they restrained spending throughout all of 2020. They did a yeoman's job. It meant a reduction in service each and every time they did that. We're now back to pre-COVID level operation. So this budget does not have any increases or decreases in that, but there are financial implications with it. Two of the major things: there is a 4% market adjustment for all public safety employees and the other staff. In 2022, most of public safety received a 9% increase and other staff received a 7%. So you can see we're still keeping up competitively, but it is one of the biggest cost increases we've got year over year. Does it provide additional services? No. Does it maintain current services? Yes. The second one is one that is slightly unexpected. Usually for city burden on healthcare, we usually can get about 8 or 10%. In this year, unfortunately, we're looking at about a 20% increase, which is about $515,000. So that's a second big unexpected increase that came up this next year. Does it provide additional services? No. Does it maintain current services? Yes. And just as a note, for every employee that's on city payroll, the city pays about $23,000 in collective benefits for it. So that is a large part, as part of the recruitment and retention tool we have. Next part I'd like to talk is capital funding. And we've seen this slide in various versions of it lately. But to talk a little bit about capital funding the way it's done in Dunwoody. Dunwoody has two, and you can call one fund a third, that are capital-based funds. The first is the SPLOST fund, of which almost all of this is SPLOST. SPLOST is the penny sales tax, which is dedicated to only capital improvement. When we talk later on in this presentation, we're going to talk about a structural deficit. The funding for capital programs through SPLOST do not contribute to this $2 million deficit, nor can it solve the problem, because SPLOST is what's called a restrictive fund. It can only be used on capital improvements, and unfortunately, DeKalb is handcuffed with a state law that allows us to only use it for public safety and transportation. Dunwoody is not permitted by the state to use this for parks. It cannot use it for parks. It is something that was put into when the SPLOST was created for Dunwoody, and unfortunately, unless the state law has changed, we're stuck with it. So back to the original thing. We use SPLOST as one pool. We have a second pool that you will hear either Linda or myself refer to as the 350 or the host fund. This is about $5 or $6 million of funding left over from the various host payments we received from the county previously. It's already dedicated to various capital improvements with it. So again, back to the operating deficit that we have, this is capital, and that's a fund that is only to be used for capital purposes. There could be some nuances with it, but generally it's dedicated to that. The third one that is somewhat capital, somewhat operating, depending upon how you look at it, is the stormwater fund. Mainly it's restricted. It's our biggest fund, our third biggest fund on that. It can only be used for those purposes, and it definitely cannot be used to shore up any deficit, because that funding can only be used for stormwater. Now, what we'd like to go through next is just for public consumption, kind of the overview of the budget, as I like to call it 101. We had talked about those previous funds. If you take a look, if you took all the funds that the city has, and remember, each fund earns its money and spends its money. The biggest one is the general fund. Now, this is the case in almost all municipalities and counties within Georgia. The general fund is generally the largest. As you can tell, it's just about half here. Our second biggest fund currently is the American Rescue Plan Fund, which is temporary. In 3 or 4 years, that number will be a zero. When all that money is spent and gone, that fund will just totally shrink. The third biggest one you see here is the SPLOST fund. Again, that's a dedicated capital fund. Capital projects is, as I said, the one that was a host one. So if we take a look at this, our smaller funds, stormwater, 911, hotel, motel, debt service, they're all slivers of the pie. They don't move the needle much. Now let's take a look at it from different ways. Let's look at that general fund, the largest slice of pie. The general fund is where the city council has the most discretion. You choose to only dedicate it towards one service, you can. You choose to dedicate it towards multiple, you can also. As you can tell here, here's about the 20 different things that the city dedicated to. The general fund's largest expenditure is the police department. 3.7 out of every $10 is spent on public safety. Almost 40% of the general fund, the discretionary money, is spent on public safety. Your second biggest discretionary call is Parks and Rec at 12% of the budget. Public Works is 10%. And let me show you, this is just the general fund. We're going to show all funds in a second. Public Works gets a larger share of the pie because most of SPLOST and stormwater is done to that. Now we're down to the fourth biggest department, which is information technology. For those that are unaware, the police department itself has a lot of IT work. Finance has a lot of IT work. So a lot of this cost, if we wanted to, we could show it spread out amongst the other departments. So when you get down to the fourth biggest department and the fifth, finance and administration, they're the support departments for the other one. It's not unusual to have this percentage in this breakout, but this shows that the city of Dunwoody focuses for its discretionary funding on police and public safety, parks and recreation, and public works. That's where the priorities lie. You show it in the budgets you pass in the past, and you show it on the budget you have before you. Now let me, instead of just showing general fund, combine everything, and things switch up. Public Works is the biggest share of the pie at 36%, but again, distorted because they get the lion's share of SPLOST and stormwater. Then police is the second biggest, but that's all funds combined. For a city that does capital improvements, this is not out of the ordinary. But again, it also shows you that when you're looking at all funds, your biggest categories are public safety, public works, and parks. That's where the priorities have been in the past, and that's where they are today. Now, I want to get a little bit into arcane budget speak here. This is how you spend the money. This is the general fund done by what I call common objects. They're the biggest groups. So if you look at your general fund budget and ignored departments, you would see that almost half of it is direct personnel cost. This is the lion's share of this. 80% of these employees are police officers. That's where your costs are in the general fund. Your second part, the contract and purchase services. Dunwoody is still working with an excellently evolving public-private partnership model. Most of that slice, the contracted and purchase services, is for the finance and administration department, the public works department, and the parks department and community development, who privatize a great deal of their staff. This is in essence personnel that's contracted. This goes to just about the same value for any other city when you combine the two. Now we're in the third biggest category. It's repairs and maintenance. Repairs and maintenance is a lot of just miscellaneous stuff that we do to keep the city running. And it's not just City Hall. It's maintaining the right of ways. It's maintaining the park system. So this is keeping what we have in good condition. Okay. Now we're almost to 80% of the budget. Now we're down to slivers, liability insurance. Supplies, that's one of my favorite things, is all of 7% of the budget. The $2 million structural deficit, if you did not buy a single supply for an entire year, you would cover it, but you'd have to do zero. To move the needle is very tough on this, but it shows you where everything is. The other one you need to point out here is debt's about 4% of our general fund obligation. It is an ongoing payment for City Hall and other properties that we're leasing out, but it's part of what's considered general operations. Now I want to go through a little bit on pay increases. You have here before you a chart from the inception of Dunwoody from 2009 to the 2023 before you. And each year has three different charts. The dark black one is the percent amount given for staff increases in that year. The gray is for what we're calling the officer detective range. It's actually a subset of police programs, but that's a label for now. And then white is inflation for that year. You take a look throughout the history of Dunwoody, pay raises have always been a percentage point or two higher than what inflation has been going. Then we get to the post-COVID economy, and we get to 2001 where we readjusted police. We put them on a grid system. So we have a dramatic increase over there. Now we've got the 4% built into 2023. This is to show you that when you have had funding and when you have done increases recently, the increases have gone to pay and compensation, primarily for public safety. That is where the newest increases in the budget have gone. It's not additional staff, it's retention of current staff. Now we want to get to the point where we start talking structural deficit. And this is one of the buzzwords that we've been using recently in some of the public hearings. But we want to make sure that everyone is fully informed of the situation. The budget in 2022 works like this. You have $22 million to start the year in the bank for the general fund. Now, Linda will scream at me right now that I'm not supposed to use the term in the bank, but let's just use that for casual conversation. But there's 22 million to start off the year. We expect to earn 26 to 27 million this year in recurring revenue. In other words, revenue we can generally count. It might go up and down, but recurring. We plan to spend, if we spend 100%, which is very uncommon, we spend 29 million on recurring expenses. Those are the expenses of the police department, of the parks department. We also have 2 million of one-time expenses, which are the grants to the Spruill Arts Center and the Dunwoody Nature Center. In essence, that 2 million is contributing what's called the ending fund balance being decreased. It means that there will be $2 million left of that fund balance, which is okay because at the end of the year, we should have at minimum 7.5 months of fund balance. The policy is 4 months. So therefore, that's one where we as the finance staff can say that we are a healthy city, but we must be aware of the situation. Now, in this case, it gives us what's called the structural deficit. The structural deficit is recurring revenues less recurring expenses. So in 2022, if everybody earned 100% of budgeted amount and everybody spent 100, we would use 2.4 million of fund balance. Now we keep projecting after the end of every month close. We will not get close to this 2 million figure. Now we could get close to a 1 million. In the year 2020 and the year 2021, we did not run a deficit either year. Did we budget for a deficit? Yes, but we managed because we had vacancies, we had unspent funding. It's common practice to doing it. Would we like for the two to be budgeted at the same point? Yes, we would. However, 2022 might be the first year we might have to spend a little bit of fund balance. It will not be an incredible amount, but it is something that we're keeping our eyes out each and every month on. Now let's look at the 2023 budget. If all things happen and we end up with 18 million to start off the year, our proposed recurring revenue will be $28.1 million. That is a 5.73% increase in recurring revenue. Recurring expenses will go from 29 million to 30.1 or 3.76. Now, this is one of the good things that I commend both the city manager, the finance staff, the mayor, the budget committee, all the other council members on looking at. Recurring revenues are growing faster than recurring expenses. It's the way we need to work our way out of this situation. Are we out of the woods yet? No, but it is the step we need to take. Now, what does this give us? At the end of the year, there is a $2 million proposed structural deficit. Now, let me give some context on how this year worked out. In 2022, the budget you adopted for January 1st had a $4 million structural deficit, which is now down to 2.3 million. We do take a conservative estimate to digest growth. And given office and commercial entities here and the ability for them to appeal their property taxes, for 2023, we are still conservative in that. A $2 million structural deficit at the beginning of the year with a 5 or 6% growth in the digest instantly starts dropping. Now, this is finance staff also saying, let's not add to operating cost right now, but it's saying that this is a way to approach it in a way that is prudent and can be worked throughout the year. So when the digest comes in, things will change. Now, the digest could also come in lower than we predicted. It could do that. It's always a 50-50 chance when you deal with a binary system. However, we're pretty confident that the 3 to 4% is a very reasonable number. If it came in at 5 or 6%, it would not surprise me. If it gets to negative growth, it would totally surprise me, though a 1 or 2 could be in there. In that case, we're proposing a budget that can be adopted and managed throughout the year. Because remember, on one of the initial slides, we talked that this was a plan. This is a plan that will be modified at every council meeting next year and radically in May once the digest comes in. So one of the things you need to do is just like the old tell about the grasshopper, you just plan for the future on it. And in that case, you are planning for the future by not being aggressive and not adding new operational costs, maintaining the service level that people like, the programming that we currently have in the parks, the maintenance of the right of way that we do. It is maintained for this year using some fund balance. Is it a step we would prefer not to take? That is correct. However, it's one that we can. That's the slide we've gone over that originally, and I did a little bit out of order. Originally, we had a $4 million structural deficit this year, and now it's down to 2.3 million. These are some things I'd like to highlight about the digest. Chart on the left is the year-over-year increase of basically the taxes that the city can raise. So if the number points south, number went down. Number pointed north, it went up. As you can tell, out of the 14 years of the city incorporation, there's about 5 or 6 years that look a little scary there. That's the reason we have to be conservative. Could we get an 8% jump in the digest? Yes, we could. We've had it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years of the city's existence. However, you do not plan to do that. That is not the prudent way to do it. The chart on the right is the one I want to bring up as a possible discussion point at a future meeting. Citizens of Dunwoody are taxed at a 3.04 rate. However, they receive 2 enormous exemptions that don't happen in a lot of other jurisdictions. Every single resident that applies for homestead exemption, their rate of 3.04 is decreased to 2.04. Except for cities that charge a 0, that use the county, nobody has a rate that low. Also, the year you bought your house and or applied for a homestead exemption, the rate on your city taxes was frozen. So if anyone froze in the first year it was eligible, which I think was 2010 or 2009, their rates have been frozen for over a decade. They are still paying as much now, except the council did take action this past summer on it. Okay, it was a small nominal increase, the one allowed up to the charter created by the city fathers. But look at the number here on the top. That is the percentage of residential value that is exempted from taxation. When the city first started off, just under 40% was exempted. In the 2023 budget, we expect 60% of the value of the homes to be exempted from taxation. If you were building a business and you had a revenue source that you knew was going like that, you would not think it was a wise thing at that point. This is one of the problems we have in the city, is that it is a model was created that was not expected for the expenses that are existing today. Next are the forecasts. And I'm going to kind of lightly go through because we've gone through these a lot. The forecast that I love that y'all wanted to incorporate show 4 lines: red, black, green, and blue. It's real simple. Black line should be above the red. It's not in this current scenario. It's not, and we know it isn't. But as long as green's above blue, you're okay. Green is available fund balance, blue is required fund balance. So as you can tell, in this scenario, we've got it somewhere in the year 2025, us going below the 4-month reserve. Caveat, this is incredibly conservative. We were not going to put even a moderate version. So revenues are conservative, expenses are conservative. So when we start looking at that, what are our options? We've got some options. One could be to increase the tax rate. Basically, if you increased it 0.7 mils, you could go all the way out to 2027. But the flip side of that is also true. If you cut things 6%, you would get to the same number. It's not saying you have to increase revenue. It's not saying you have to decrease expenditures. It's showing the sensitivity of each. Now, again, this is a conservative forecast. Every year you might say, oh, it's always 2 or 3 years out. We could be saying that because we adjust it each time we do the budget. In that case, what we're looking for is just trying to say, we need to be conservative. We need to make sure we don't grow expenses faster than revenue and maintain the 4-month fund balance. Those are some goals here. Now, we've done all different types of scenarios where we add more expenses, we do this, and we've gone through all of them. They're all sensitivity analysis. They're to show us that, yes, can we work through 2023 with this budget? Yes. Can we work through 2024? Yes. And we probably can work through 2025. Might be a tight year, but it gives us the realm to keep the same level of service and not necessarily increasing it. With that, there were a few things the budget committee did change with the budget. It's converting the contracted deputy development director from city staff, from contracted staff to city staff. It's a slight savings. The changing of funding for the Ashford Dunwoody Trail to hotel motel signage is $250,000. It's under hotel motel tax, can only be used for tourism development. And it adjusted the American Rescue Grant Plan funding, which we discussed very much in detail at the last meeting, which we've got up here just for reference on that. And with that, with the chair's pleasure, we can either open the floor for public comment or questions.
It'll be public comment, but I just wanted to take a moment and clarify one thing you said. So way back when you were talking about SPLOST, you said public safety, but I want to make sure everyone understands that's not operations for public safety.
That is correct.
It's just capital improvements. And so with that, we Mayor Pro Tem Hennigan is going to run the public hearing.
Thank you, Jen. I think there's also one other thing. When you were talking about the tax rate at some point, I believe you kind of meant to say the home values that the taxes were based on are locked in place, right? Because
that's correct.
So we have two issues. We have the millage is locked, or that's the millage rate is one thing, but it's the home valuation is locked in place as soon as you put the homestead in place. So that's one reason that there's a big delta.
Yes.
Okay, just thank you. That being said, we're going to open the public hearing for 10 minutes pro, 10 minutes con. So those in favor of the budget, let's go first. Any comments on the budget? I open the public hearing. Please come up to the podium. Seeing no public comment at the hearing in favor of the budget, those speaking against the city budget, please come up to the podium. Seeing no public coming to the podium to speak, neither in pro or con, I close the public hearing.
Okay.
Sharon.
No, well, we'll start with council questions and comments, and I will start with Tom. And if y'all could just go down the line or interrupt each other, whatever.
Yeah, no, I do not have any comments at this time. I think I addressed everything at the last meeting and Jay did a great job of summarizing. So I'm good. Thank you.
I'll echo that. Thank you to the staff. I think this is pretty well put together and well explained. Appreciate it.
Thank you for doing this twice. No comments.
So
In order to remind me, where did our 2022 tax digest come in?
I'd have to dig it up, but I want to say it was just under 6, the net digest. I can look it up, but I off the top of my head, we're in the 5 or 6% range. Somewhere.
Okay, and so we're going with 4 for 2023.
Yeah, and slightly under.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ditto from Tom, Rob, Catherine, et cetera. Thank you as well, because there's a process, right? So folks, appreciate folks being here in the room. I've been on the other side as well, but we've had several public meetings, hearings. There's budget committee meetings. They're all open to the public. Everything's posted online for transparency. There's drafts, there's iterations. We all can provide comment and the feedback, and so does the public available for that. So this is the end of a very well deliberate process that's well thought out. That takes effect in January. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vinicki, for your presentation. Very detailed, explains a lot. That being said, when it comes to this budget, the baby is ugly. Baby is ugly, and the toddler photos scheduled for next year don't look any better. I'm concerned. I was worried about the structural deficit of $2 million. I had a several-hour meeting today with staff. Thank you, city manager, assistant city manager, finance director, and others who met with me, and the mayor joined me as well. I was trying to find $2 million. I'm looking for money to try to change that structural deficit, to try to find the money so that we could extend our finances another year. There's documents being presented that show we need to do tax raises in order to keep the general fund at the same level of services without any raises. And I know raises are coming next year. I know things are going to get more expensive next year, and I'm not sure how to do that. So again, the structural deficit has me very concerned. I was looking at possibility of, for example, we paid $2 million, $1 million to Sproul and $1 million to the Dunwoody Nature Center out of general funds. Could we have paid that with capital funds and use that general funds to pay, expenses? I can't. You can't do that. You can't use capital funds to pay ongoing expenses. So staff, we went through all the different aspects. I'm thankful for what we're doing. I'm just not sure how we're moving forward in a financial way, paying all our bills with the revenue that we have coming in. Do we have a revenue problem? Do we have an expense problem? One way or the other, we need to fix it. We're going to have some conversations moving forward. Besides the structural deficit, the other aspect of the budget that I'm not 100% sure about is, have we prioritized our capital projects in such a way in which make sense? We have paths moving forward, and we've kind of told the community that we'd be slowing down on paths. But that being said, we're putting $900,000 towards Peeler, $500,000 towards Old Spring House. In the past, we've had sidewalk plans, a citywide sidewalk plan. We're not funding that this year. So I have concerns that our community is telling us things that they want and don't want, but yet we are funding things that maybe our community doesn't want, and we're not funding things that our community does want. We've had a number of pedestrian issues that are being raised, beacons and flashing lights and stop lights, actually on the beacons for crosswalks on Perimeter Center West and North Peachtree over by Chestnut Elementary School. Those aren't funded this year. That's maybe next year if we have the money. So it's those types of funds that I would rather have put forward and do the projects that our community really would rather have than not have. We have a citizen capital committee that's coming forward. We have a path discussion that's happening with the Path Foundation. But basically what I'm hearing from the community is that we need to stall those types of things. I understand that we have to have a budget approved basically today, by the end of this month per our charter, and we will do that. I'm just not sure that we are financing our capital projects efficiently. And I would hope that maybe as the conversations move forward that we can discuss some of those projects to see if it's appropriate moving forward, and those opportunities to change this ongoing budget every single meeting that we have moving forward. So those are my comments. Thank you.
John, did you have a budget amendment? Excuse me.
There's I mean, as far as a budget amendment, I would love to take out the 900,000 and the 500,000 for Old Spring House. I will make that motion to remove Peeler Road 900,000 and the Old Spring House 500,000.
Old Spring House, or was it Tilly Mill? Is it Old Spring House? I can't remember. I don't have it.
I will defer to Jay, but I have Old Spring House
Okay.
at 500,000, 900,000 for Peeler.
I'll have to look, and you'll have to beg my forgiveness because I don't.
And Lynn, I'm okay doing this in the future. This is a discussion
Okay.
item. This is the budget. We can approve this
Right.
budget and make those changes going forward. I mean, we are not doing anything on Peeler or Old Spring House in the next 4 months.
Right.
And the other thing for everybody's edification, even though the budget's approved today, none of this money is authorized for spending until January 1st. So it can be modified at any of the subsequent meetings.
So again, I just have concerns over some of the capital projects that could be better spent, especially when it comes to typical
Right.
sidewalk plans that have been in place for years that are not
Right.
being funded in other aspects.
Once we get the pedestrian person here, there may be an opportunity to look at some of that, or there will be an opportunity. And also, I don't have that page in front of me, and it would take me forever to find it, is that we can have, I don't think either of these budgets fully fund those projects. So I think it's just an allotment of funds.
You're correct.
Okay, all right. So, Tom,
Yeah, I just want to make a couple comments on a couple of things that Councilman Hennigan mentioned. As far as the pedestrian project safety, I mean, I think you get a yes from everyone here that we all agree that that's a priority. I just want to point out that one of the things that was added to this by the Budget Committee is a staff position to tackle to prioritize those projects and $750,000 in funding. This is coming out of ARP, not out of the general budget, but there is money available, so those projects can be done. The idea was to take care of those kind of low hanging fruit projects that can be done quickly. So there is funding available for that. And so that's the plan for that. And you already discussed the CIP that can be adjusted as we see fit. Nothing in there is, none of the projects are actually approved for moving forward. And we do have a Citizens Advisory Committee, which you said on capital projects. We've got 3 more meetings scheduled on that. And I think the committee is doing outstanding work. Everyone on the committee is really taking their role seriously and putting a lot of homework and a lot of thought into this process. And I do believe that this will give the council a very good gauge on what the community is asking for moving forward. And then we can certainly adjust our plans from that list. So I just wanted to point those things out.
Great. Thank you, Tom. I will say that new position is really not adding into the problem that we have for our structural deficit due to the fact that there's a cost savings for half an employee's year, and then we are taking federal funds that we are getting from the federal government to pay for those funds. So even by adding this one position to do the public safety and the road work, it does not hurt us in the sense of the structural deficit. There's no savings to be had there with the federal funds because that's separate anyway. That couldn't go towards other operational. Is that correct, Mr. Vinicky?
I got a little bit lost in your explanation there.
Go ahead, you explain it to me.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just wanted to point out that the projects that you thought were a priority are actually addressed in the budget and hopefully will be accomplished by that. Whether it comes out of ARP or the general fund is.
The current budget shows it in 2024, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, may I just
Yes.
think so I do reflect though, this is my 3rd year on council and my first year on the budget committee. And so I remember being on council, but not being on the committee. But I was offered an opportunity to provide feedback during the budget committee's process. So by the time it got here, we've had 7 meetings about the process. And so I hope that in the future, we all kind of collaborate together beforehand and that when we're here at the final, we've got a good majority feeling good about what we're presenting to the public as well. But it's a living, breathing document. And I hope that we can do great things for safety and increase pedestrian all that stuff. And I'm really excited about that new role because every day people are complaining about pedestrian safety, speeding and whatnot. So thanks.
Okay, so I'm just gonna reiterate what I said last time, 2 weeks ago. This community, the city, we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of hard decisions or discussions, difficult discussions to figure out how we go from a founder's vision that may not 15 years later work anymore to where we're headed as a city and a community. So I look forward to those discussions over the next year. And with that, this is an action item, correct?
That is correct.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Tom, second by Joe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The budget passes unanimously. Thank you all. Thanks to everybody who
Thank you all very
was
much.
available, who worked on it. We appreciate everyone's time. And now we have the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions on the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Moved by Joe.
Rob seconded.
Second. Rob may have
Okay.
seconded. Somebody seconded.
I couldn't hear it.
Second.
Second by John. Any further discussion or questions on these items? Hearing none. The motion carries. Oh, no, we need to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank y'all. That passes unanimously.
Moving to business items, action items. Number 6 is Park Master Plan for 5435 Roberts Drive, Brent Walker. And I believe the city attorney may have a comment.
Yeah, so item 6, Sharon, was tabled, is that correct?
That's correct.
So to be considered, the council would need to untable it to consider it. If it does not untable it, it remains tabled.
I'd like to make a motion to untable items 6 and 7 that were both tabled and previously bring them back onto the agenda for action items for today.
Second.
I didn't, that was Tom.
That was Tom is doing the second.
Okay. Any discussion on the untabling?
And I have a point of order on parliamentarian procedures, to move to just ask to untable item 6 separate from item 7.
Well, the motion is standing right now, unless it's withdrawn, is a motion to untable both. So I can clarify what I think Councilman Seconder is asking. If the council decided it did not want to consider item 7 and just leave it on the table, you can either not untable it. Or
Hey,
you
Brett,
can
take that
table
off
it.
for a second, please.
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I can't see council if you have your presentation up front. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Sorry.
If the council only wanted to consider one item tonight, it would only need to untable the one item. If it untables both, it could retable either item,
Mhm.
I think is what Councilman Seconder is asking. Is that what you're asking, Jeff? Yeah.
Okay.
But
So,
the motion is right now on the table is a motion to untable both items. It had a second, so it's up for a vote.
okay. Is there any discussion on the motion to untable? Rob?
I would prefer to leave the Vermac Road plan tabled for now, please.
Madam Mayor, I apologize, but a motion to untable something is not debatable.
There you go. Well, because we were not doing it correctly for 13 years, I'm sorry. I'm learning. Okay, so then there's no discussion. Is that what you're saying, City
That's
Attorney?
correct.
Okay, all right, so we have to vote on the motion to untable 6 and 7. All in favor signify by raising your hand, please, of untabling. 1, 2, 3.
None yourself.
I can't see. I see Lambert. I see Lotmacher. I see Hennigan. And I see me. Untable. So that's 4. All in opposed to untabling, raise your hand just so I can make sure I have it right. I see Seconder, Harris, and Price. All right, so the motion passes to untable 6 and 7. All right. All right, now you may present your Roberts Drive. You may share your screen now. Thank you.
I apologize, Mayor.
No, that's okay. Sorry. I got kicked out of City Hall earlier for,
And Madam Mayor, so Brent's, so we're not confused here. Even though they were untabled together, they're still separate agenda items. So you will present and we'll read one, which is the Roberts Drive presentation. Consider council's comments at the time, and then before you move to 7, Brent.
yes, thank you.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you, Mayor. So as requested, we did separate the two plans. Excuse me. So I will walk through the Roberts Drive Parks Master Plan. There were some minor changes from the last meeting. If I can get this to go down, I just have to scroll. So again, the project history, we presented the options A, B, and C with the different field sizes at Roberts Drive, with the other facilities basically remaining the same with some minor modifications to the basketball courts. The council determined that option B was the most appropriate opportunity at that park site, which was the 300 by 165 feet for the multi-use field, and decreasing the basketball courts from 1 full and 2 half to 1 full and 1 half to accommodate that field modification. With that, this is the final rendering of that option. As you can see, it is just a plain rectangular field with no dedicated sports striping for the multi-use field. This is the program parking count for the parking lot. As you can see, we have 106 total parking spaces, down from 151, which is calculated based on these standards from the parks design team. We do accommodate for 30% for walking and biking. Then we get into the cost opinion summary for each element within the park, with a total of just under $10.5 million. Again, additional options and costs associated with those options. And that is the end of the presentation. So with that, I'll open it to any questions or comments from council.
Okay, we can start with John for questions and comments. Unless
Thank you.
someone has a motion and just wants to.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Walker. We've had a number of comments regarding the markings on the field. I guess right now the plan is not to have soccer, but to have tick marks for all of the various sports. Could you explain that aspect, please?
Sure. So, as we get into the programming of this facility, we did not dedicate a specific sport as the primary sport to have striping in the multi-use turf. We would sew in tick marks for a variety of sports from lacrosse, football, soccer, flag football, ultimate frisbee. There's a variety of things that we could accommodate in the space. So it would open it up to just a variety of uses.
How much more money would it cost to market for all three sports? I mean, if I remember correctly, North DeKalb Stadium, where our children play high school lacrosse, soccer, football, is marked for all three. Why should we not do that?
You can, there's some concern over having too many lines on a field and it becoming difficult to kind of understand what line is where for what sport. The tick marks do allow a program to put their stripes down and then utilize it, and then other sports come in and have the same opportunity. It will cost less for the tick marks, obviously, because you material and the man hours to install it will be much less than it would be for striping. Typically what they do is they put in the entire field and then come in and cut in the lines and cut in tick marks after the green turf is put down. So I couldn't give you an exact dollar amount in today's dollars. It may be very different.
All right, well, we've already increased the size of the field in order to make it a more standardized field, whether for soccer, for all the other multi-sports. I can't imagine it being a whole arguing dollars now. Right now, we don't have $1 to build this park.
That's correct.
We don't have any money to build this park. More than likely, the citizens are going to have to help us here on council find funding, whether that be a bond referendum, tax increase, whatever it is. So I think the community would be better served by having a few extra dollars to have the lines for all three major sports. Again, our children play all three major sports at North DeKalb Stadium that we've paid through our school funding. Why aren't we having the same type of markings on our field? That's the question I have. I would prefer to have all three markings on the field. I don't think the cost is an issue yet. We don't have the money for any of it. So I think the discussion would be better served for the community to raise it at that point to help us find them funding, but more importantly, have a finished field for all three sports versus worrying about the tick marks and trying to do all the work to prepare a field. Because I think having it done in advance helps everybody. Other than that one issue, I'm good with moving forward with the Roberts Park. So thank you. I appreciate all you've done.
Sure.
Apologize for unmuting by accident. And next, just go down the line. And if you don't have anything to say, you can say that and keep going.
Sure. Yeah, Brent, I wholeheartedly support, multiple sports for other children, for other activities, other ages and other genders as well. So, I repeat what John said about the striping. So if we could find, I'm always like looking at, hey, how did somebody else do it? And we kind of replicate that for multi-sports, for markings. Let's just figure that out. We have time. Like we said, we don't have the funds yet. So we've got, right, this would be kind of in the design process as well. And PS, by the way, Brent, we got any space? Have we found any 5 or 6 acres spaces free around in the Dunwoody yet to do some more for girls softball yet?
I've not identified an additional 5 to 6 acres at this time.
Okay, so I'm asking the general public, if you find 5 or 6 acres in Dunwoody, to please come back with us and let us know, because we are trying. Just do a Google search, Dunwoody girls softball, and you'll see what happened a few months ago. We are trying. We are really trying and trying to look out for that. So thank you.
Brent, thank you for all your work on this. Just a couple of questions and clarification, and it kind of goes forward, looking a little bit forward to our athletic usage agreement. One of the concerns that we've heard is that there seems to be this perception that we have a for-profit soccer club operating at Brook Run, and that could you just kind of speak to how much time we reserve for school sports at Brook Run and how the athletic usage agreements work? I would also like you to speak to, I know Rush Union uses the chalk paint to mark the half fields on a soccer field. So if you could speak to, and I'm confused as to why lacrosse hasn't marked it over at Brook Run as well. So if you could kind of speak to all that, and then I'll go back to Roberts.
Okay, so we have facility usage agreements with 7 agencies for athletics. They're all nonprofit organizations that provide athletic programming to either adults or youth. 3 of them are non-sports program or non-school programs. Dunwoody Senior Baseball, who's been in Dunwoody for 40 years as a nonprofit, as a baseball program. They were here before the city was created. Rush Union is our soccer provider, also nonprofit athletic association, and MABL, which is the Men's Atlanta Baseball League, who we brought in last year for men's baseball. The other 4 are high school programs, girls and boys soccer, the Hostics lacrosse program, and the Gridiron Club. They have the same opportunity as nonprofit agencies, the same as Rush Union and Dunwoody Senior, to utilize our athletic fields at Brook Run, Peachtree Middle School football field, and the baseball fields at Brook Run also. They have a set rate for athletic or nonprofit organizations that have a usage agreement with us. That is outlined in their facility usage agreement and also in our athletic association manual. We've worked with Coach Nash and the school system several years ago to create a timing program where the schools were given the Brook Run fields, multi-use fields from the time school got out until 6 p.m., at which time our soccer program comes on the field and utilizes them after that. We had a very good conversation with Coach Nash and Neil McNabb with Rush Union several years ago about how we could share those facilities even outside of their standard times. We had a good working agreement how we wanted to foster youth athletics in Dunwoody to help feed into those school programs, and have had some very successful teams at the high school level based on what I think the shared usage of the Brook Run fields has given them. So it is, in my opinion, that we've had a very productive relationship with the school system and their athletic associations to kind of harbor sportsmanship in the Dunwoody area. So we're going to, again, bring the usage agreements for you guys to consider, and we allocate time as much as we can. There is a lot of time left on the table. We've done some, and I unfortunately don't have the numbers in front of me, but there are a lot of available hours that the fields weren't used and would have been available for any of our athletic associations to rent them outside of their time for additional practices or games or anything they would like to use it for.
Kind of going back to now Roberts. I just still see it as a blank slate, and we don't have the funds for it. And so can you speak to, and I know the more lines we put on, then there's more cuts in the turf and the easier it's going to wear and tear. So can you speak to that as well, please?
That's correct. We've been told about that by manufacturers and installers that the less seams you have in our artificial turf, the less opportunity you have for it separating. And that's one reason why we were tick marks over Brook Run instead of putting all the field lines in for lacrosse and soccer. We just did the one full field soccer overlay out there to reduce the number of seams. So that is a potential problem. It is something that's repairable, but it's something that does happen when you put multiple lines on a field.
I guess I'm still of the opinion that, for all we know, field hockey is going to become a thing in Dunwoody, and we're going to need to have lines for field hockey too. I don't anticipate that, but you just never know. So for me, just having the flexibility, because girls and boys lacrosse uses different lines. It's not a regulation high school field for girls and boys lacrosse. You know, you have soccer where you have, it's a big enough where you can have a full-size high school soccer, but you can also divide into two and have the soccer for the younger kids. And that's what they use the chalk for over, the Rush Union does. I like the idea of the tick marks in there because then you have so much flexibility as to what sport is doing, and the chalk paint does last. Rush Union has to, just, what was that? Touch up, thank you. Touch up, their half court fields like every 2 weeks in the high traffic areas. So I feel like not having lines for every sport when we don't know exactly, you know, what it's all going to look like and how it's going to be used and how we're going to program it. I like the flexibility of a blank slate. I also just kind of want to point out that this park will, when it opens, will actually have a trail to, the adjoining neighborhood that exists there today. I love the fact that you added in the walking trails all the way around the park. And I just, I was actually at my, I played tennis yesterday. I lost in 3 sets, but I had several people of my tennis on my tennis team and just saying how much they liked it and they can't wait for it to be built. So thank you.
Are there any fields in the city that are lined for lacrosse?
Just the tick marks that we have at Brook Run. I'm not familiar with any of the high school. I don't know if their new turf field has lacrosse or not.
Their lacrosse fields at the high school are lined? Okay, and how onerous is it or costly is it to put the chalk down when needed?
So the tick marks are there already measured out. You just pull string and then stripe it with a spray rolling caddy that holds the can as an aerosol spray. And so once you get the line set, you don't have to pull string where you just basically paint over the stripe that's already there. So it's not difficult. It is something that you have to do, kind of a maintenance thing, but it's something that, you know, lining fields is something that's kind of part of sports. I mean, before artificial turf became popular in city parks, you grabbed a bag of chalk, dumped it in a hopper and lined it with loose chalk. So it's definitely come a long way. The product that is used now lasts a lot longer than the old chalk that used back in the day when I was lining fields. So it's a lot easier to apply, but it is something that typically the association has someone do prior to their practices or games. The city does not provide that service. The associations that we have agreements with purchase their own materials. We do store them. We give them storage space to keep the spray chalk and the applicator. So it's as easy as getting it out of the closet and retouching up or reapplying.
But since it lasts a long time, do we not end up with the same problem with lines on top of lines all over?
Yes and no. I mean, it's not, there's 2 advantages to it. One is the seam deterioration and concern over things separating. We do maintain that cost. That's why we charge the hourly rate for any repairs to the field. So there is an opportunity. The more seams you have, the more opportunity you have for separation of the turf. If you did not want those lines, say you wanted to do just a full, field soccer tournament, those lines are easily removable with soap and water and a brush. They come off easily. So there's an opportunity to remove them also. If they're permanent lines, you don't necessarily have that advantage.
Would we have to make a line decision prior to installing turf? Is that a prefab?
Yes, it's a decision that you or a future council could make. Again, this is master plan level. If you decide that you want an artificial multi-use turf field at a master plan level, that's totally acceptable. And then some of the finer details can be drilled in down the road.
Okay, so this striping issue isn't set in stone based on this blank slate drawing. Okay. I pulled, I sent this to hundreds of people and I got 1 pro, 1 con, and then striping comments. So I just wanted to check. I think that maintains our flexibility and I appreciate the work on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I have some of the similar comments that others have had. To me, the big decision we made was the size of the field to provide flexibility for use. This is a vision document. The number we have is for planning purposes. And the time to nitpick exactly how we want to line or not line or tick or not tick this, I think is when we start to look to allocate money for actual design and then for later construction. So I'm fine with however we approach. If we need to tweak the planning number up a little bit in case we decide to go with, starting with lines, I'm fine with that. Like I said, this is a planning number. I did get some questions. I reached out to folks about both of these plans, and I did get questions about why the city is using artificial turf instead of natural fields. And the questions were related to infiltration of water and kind of just, I guess, more environmental in that way. Could you just speak to kind of pros and cons for the two different types of turf?
Sure. So the newer turf is very different than the old plastic turf that was on the market years ago. Now it's a fiber, has a rubber mesh bottom. Water does infiltrate through it, has a drainage field underneath it. That is how you control the stormwater component of the turf. There's no, it's zero grade. There's no slope, no crown in the field. It percolates through the turf, is collected into a drainage system and goes into stormwater. Probably cleaner than it was when it hit the ground. It's has a stone barrier and a mesh, rubber mesh that helps kind of filtrate that water as it goes into the storm system. It does get hot. It is hotter than average ground temperature. So that is something that there are products out there that have these gel cooling beads, they have cork infill, they have different types of rubber or cork infill material to help mitigate some of those issues with heat. Again, we live in Georgia, so trying to fight heat is often a losing battle, but there are products out there to help that along. The majority reason why we looked at artificial turf for this was primarily when you're talking about multi-sports, multi-use, multi-hours, the potential for us to maintain this field in a quality manner just drops significantly. I don't know that we would be able to program it based on the needs that we're hearing from the community and have anything but a mud hole out there if it wasn't artificial turf.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll just make a couple comments. I think that obviously the main issue here is the field itself. And so I'll just throw in my 2 cents on the fields and the lining. First of all, as you pointed out, Brent, this is a master plan, it's conceptual. So there's nothing that would preclude us from either adding or removing lines before we actually construct the field, or for that matter, a year or two after we build the field and we realize, gosh, this really has become the lacrosse field or this field, and adding the appropriate lines at that time. So there's nothing that precludes us from doing that. So I'll talk a little bit about the tick marks. And again, this is just my opinion. For those that don't know, I've been heavily involved in youth sports for most of the past 2 decades, coached a lot of teams in a variety of sports. I've spent more than my fair share of hours out in the field marking them with paint. It's not that big a deal. It's kind of, as I think you mentioned, kind of goes along with the job as a coach. And if we had put grass fields here, there wouldn't even be a discussion. That's what we'd have to be doing. So the main advantage with the tick marks is the dimensions are already measured for you. That was the hardest part, is when it wasn't measured, trying to get the proper square measurements. That's the bulk of your time. When you have spots where you can drop a line and just run from line to line, marking a field really doesn't take a lot of time. The tick marks do also, I think, if the goal is to accommodate the greatest number of sports, the tick marks do, I think, accommodate that best, because not only can we line on a full field, but we could also line for flag football. We could line for half field configurations for sports. And so I think it gives us more flexibility. So with all that said, I'm not necessarily opposed to, the multi-sport lining. I hear, what the other families are saying. I will say that one potential solution, without getting off track here, is Councilman Hennigan brought up last week, and the committee's been discussing the possibility of one day turfing the field at Peachtree Middle School. And I know that there are things that go along with that. Number one being that we don't own that property, the DeKalb County Schools does. But certainly if we ever got to that point, I would certainly be in favor of marking that field specifically for football and lacrosse. Because those sports seasons don't overlap, and that would be a great use of that field. That said, these are all wish list items right now. We don't have money to pay for any of this, but just to throw that out there. And I'm also meeting with Coach Nash tomorrow to discuss all this as well. As far as the lining on the one field, I do think it's important to point out that if we go in that direction, the option that we're looking at, option B, is a 300-foot field in length. A regulation football field would require 360 feet because you have to add in the end zones. That would significantly change the design here. The largest field we looked at was 330 feet, and that was to accommodate a regulation lacrosse field. But a football field would require 330 feet. So that would require, from my understanding, additional engineering and retaining walls, possibly removing the tennis courts and really changing the plan. So if that's the direction we wanted to go, it's important to understand that. I do know that Councilmember Harris checked into the lacrosse dimensions and confirmed that I think that's the same size as Morgan Falls. And
Yeah, this proposed field at Roberts is about approximately the same size as the field at Dunwoody Springs.
oh, Dunwoody Springs, okay.
Yeah, and it's sufficient for youth and adult league lacrosse, but not high school. We're missing 30 feet for high
Okay.
school.
And again, most of these fields would be, I think the greatest use would be out of the high school teams for practice purposes. You don't have to have the full regulation. So I think it would be sufficient. So again, I'm not opposed to multi-lining, but it might change what we'd have to do to make it an official football field or an official lacrosse field. And I think it's important to keep that in consideration, but
Frank,
that's my
the first time hearing of that. Thank you, Tom. This is the first I'm hearing about this 30-foot aspect. As far as there's three sports I'm worried about. I guess it's the soccer, it's the lacrosse, it's the football. My hope was that all the field would be lined for all three. Explain to me, I'm hearing now about the possible need for additional field space that which may not be engineered. Can you explain, Brent, and clarify how the field might not be able to fit all three? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sure. Well, and Councilman Lambert's correct. You know, a football field is 360 feet in length and 160 feet in width. Lacrosse field is 180 wide and 330 long. Now you can get smaller depending on the age group. For example, U13 lacrosse needs to be 150 wide by 300 long. So U13 and under for lacrosse would fit for regulation field. Now for older age groups, it would be good for practices. Football, you could still utilize it, but it would be 60 feet short. So you're basically losing your end zones and a couple of, yards at the end of the field. Again, could still be utilized for
We squeeze in football based on what we currently have.
not regulation game. You could practice there. And again, the idea for this field, based on the design and the type of field it was for, is that we weren't going to be utilizing it as a dedicated space for organized sports. It would be used for a majority as a flex field for practices, community sports.
All right, so based on what you just said, in the sense that if we were to market for all three, we could do that. That being said, it wouldn't meet regulation high school playable. We couldn't have sanctioned games there because of the end zone length.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Tom, did you have
And you're
more?
muted.
Now I'm not muted, right? Tom, did you have more? Can y'all hear me?
No, we don't hear. I think we're good up here, Lynn. Is it basically
Huh. Hold on. 1 second. This is interesting. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Tom, did you have anything else?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, so I just had a couple of things. One is that we don't know when we're building this park. So the striping issue, I think, comes later, as I think there's some consensus around that. And if there's not, someone should amend this motion or try to amend it so that if we want it in the plan, it should be in the plan. But secondly, there's an article in today's New York Times about tennis versus pickleball and how quickly pickleball has come upon us. So I don't think we totally know what's going to be the it sport 2 years from now or 3 years from now or 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And so what my ask is, Tom, since you said you were meeting with Coach Nash tomorrow, maybe before your meeting, if it's not too early, you could get with Brent and understand the hours that are being left on the table for the fields. And then make sure that we all understand that they're allowed to use the paint to stripe the fields. And as I understand it, I understand that's not the same as building the stripes in, but that they can put it down and it lasts for weeks, if not longer, with touch-ups. And so, because my sense from the emails I've gotten is that people are being told that there's no stripes, so they can't use the fields. But as I understand it, and I am not a sports mom, or I was not a sports mom, we could stripe the fields with this turf paint, which is not the same as chalk, because chalk comes up right away, right, Brent? Chalk like disappears. This is different.
Yeah, it's
And I
it's
think we
great
can,
chalk, so it's
right,
a-
and I think we can set some rules, like if your organization comes in and removes somebody else's stripes, you have to put them back or something. I'm not getting in the middle of any of that. But if you could have that conversation tomorrow, Tom, because if the fields are not being used and there's people that need to use them, they should be used. And this is an action item. Oh, I have one other question, Brent. From reading this article today, and I don't remember from Waterford Park, do we stripe the lines for pickleball on tennis courts a different color?
Yes, they're blue.
Okay, that's what I was just curious. Okay, all right. So this is an action item, please.
Madam
So-
Mayor, I'd
Yes.
like to just make for the record that I would be willing to put a request in to modify to mandate that we stripe for all three fields, but I don't feel that I have a second here on council. So just for the record, I'm saying that I would love to make that motion, but I don't think that would move. So I will vote for the majority up here under the guise that in the future, when we talk about funding and talk about this again, that it be brought back up so that there's a possibility that we do stripe it for all three major sports at the time prior for finalization of planning and construction.
Absolutely.
If I could
Thank
just
you.
follow up on Tom, I'd just love to have an education. I'm meeting with Coach Nash on Wednesday because I don't know anything, the difference between any of these ball fields. So it's very confusing. Thank you.
Right. Ditto.
I move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Stacy, second by Tom, I think. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And Brent, if you could unshare so that I can be ready to see council for the next item.
The next item on the agenda is Park Master Plan for 4809 and 4819 Vermac Road.
Madam Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to table this item.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, that was moved to table. Second by Rob. I presume city attorney, there's no discussion on this either. Ken?
No debate.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Point of information.
Okay.
Is there not, Madam or Mr. City Attorney, is there no discussion as to why they may want to defer or table? Is there?
Once a motion is made and is seconded for a motion to table or untable something under Robert's Rules of Order, it's not subject to debate.
Okay,
Unless the council wants to suspend the rules, it would require further action,
and by debate, that's also discussion.
correct?
Okay, thank you.
All right, I call the question. All in favor of tabling this item, signify by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the item to table carries. Well, signify, so for Sharon's record, all opposed to tabling, raise your hand. It looks like me. Wait. Oh, that's John's hand. I'm seeing John's hand twice. Don't let it worry you. And Tom and I, right? No, it was not good. All right, so there's 3, right? It was a little strange looking. 3 opposed, which Sharon, did you get that?
I did, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so this item is tabled. Okay, so then we don't even talk about it.
Thank you, Mayor.
No, is that correct?
Item number 8 is approval of improving neighborhood outcomes in disproportionately impacted communities grant application, and this will be Paul Leonard.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm bringing this item to you instead of Amy Bledsoe, who had been working on this, not to steal her glory, but to relieve her from having to spend an evening at City Hall. This is like a grant opportunity that we had found. This is from the Office of the Governor of Georgia. It's remaining COVID-19 state fiscal recovery funds. So this is the Improving Neighborhood Outcomes in Disproportionately Impacted Communities grant. It's a program for $250 million. So it's a fairly sizable program that came at very short notice. It's to qualify, a project needs to be located within a qualified census tract. And what that means, it's like you may have heard of CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant kind of program. So it's a typical sort of definition for low income or high poverty type census tracts. Of these, we have exactly one in the city of Dunwoody, which is towards the very eastern part of the city. So it's the area that's bounded by Winters Chapel on the west, Peeler Road on the north, Tilly Mill to the east, and then Peachtree Industrial to the south. That's where the waterworks are, the DeKalb Waterworks. That part of the city is eligible. And then any of the proposed projects should be related to public parks or recreational facilities that experienced greater use during the pandemic. What we're proposing to apply for is a multi-use trail connection that would connect Cherry Hill Lane and Eaton Road. It is existing right-of-way. It is existing city right-of-way, so it's owned by the city already. It's an existing footpath, and we're proposing to improve this, to sort of formalize this with a 10-foot multi-use trail to make this sort of a more accessible bike and pedestrian connection. What we're proposing is a 10-foot multi-use trail, and then sort of an additional 12 feet on either side to be improved sort of with trees and sort of as a buffer over there. Cost estimate we have is $100,000. Then the nice thing about this specific grant program is that there's no local match. So funding would come exclusively from this grant program on a reimbursement basis. So we would have to pay initially and we would get reimbursed by the state of Georgia. We have some images here for how it looks over there. So it's really a well-worn kind of area. So it's used by the neighbors to go to points north and south and to connect those two streets already. It's not accessible, so it's hard for people with strollers or for people in wheelchairs and so forth to use this. And different, it might get muddy sort of when it rains. But it's already like a well-used area, and sort of having a concrete trail there would make it a safer and more inclusive sort of means of traveling, regardless of ability level. And then sort of we may have the opportunity over there to get eventually a sewer connection to points further north. If that comes to happen, then we would work with the builder on getting the improvement done in a sort of coordinated manner. And with this, I'll stop my presentation. I'm ready for any questions you may have.
Okay, we can start at Tom's end.
Thank you, Paul, and I appreciate staff taking a look at this and taking advantage of a program that's available to us. I just have two very quick questions. The the plan is calling for a 10-foot trail through there. Our kind of standard that we have established, if the space is available, is to do 12-foot. Is there a reason why we're going with 10 as opposed to 12? Because it appears to be a relatively wide area, so.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of space out there. We're not expecting high travel volumes by any means, and it's just 200 feet long. So we're not expecting a ton of, sort of crossing traffic. We felt 10-foot was appropriate, but 12 feet could just work as well.
It really wouldn't change the scale of anything
No,
or anything
it
like
really
that.
wouldn't change anything.
My preference, just for consistency, if that's what we're establishing as our preferred standard, that would be my preference there. The only other question I have is the home at 2511 Cherry Lane, which is the home that pretty much their whole side yard borders this right away area. Are they aware of the project? Has there been any communication yet?
Not yet. Like, we wanted to propose this to you all first and see if there's an interest on behalf of the council to move forward with this, and then we'll reach out with the residents there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have anything to add. I just agree. If we decide to move forward with this, definitely talk to the person who's giving up their side yard basically for this pad.
No comments.
I just want to make sure that I understand that the path, the sewer aspect. So if we put this in, because I know some of these homes are in septic, remind me of how all that works. That somebody privately we putting in sewer. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, there's sort of potential interest, and it's right now it's hypothetical, but there might be interest for points for the northeast. There's a few lots that could potentially be subdivided in the future, and to accomplish that, the route to go about it would be to get sewer through the area into that, and then the moment the sewer is available there, I'm sure residents have the option to tie into that as well.
That be at no cost to us, right? I mean, this is just strictly for us. It's applying for a grant to put in a path.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I'm with Tom and the consistency with the 12-foot.
As a cyclist, I'm riding around and I'm trying to stay off of main roads, but I do come around that way. I've been going over to try to sneak around John's neighborhood.
don't have to sneak.
Say hi over there.
You're
Looking out, look at all the folks out there. But yeah, right now today you got to go on Peeler to Tilly Mill, and then I get over to Dunover. So that's I can get off there. But this is actually, I've gone around Cherry Hill. Like, I actually have been around there within the last month. I'll show you my Strava. You can see. But yeah, it's like, wow. And that would be just this nice connection here as well. Just another option to stay away from that main area. And by the way, when we bring in the Path Foundation, guess what? Here's some other connectivity thing that we could talk about, right? Here's another little byway here. I do want to make sure that we talk to the neighborhoods, obviously, beforehand. If it's owner occupied or if it's rental, obviously, I don't know how easy it is to reach out to the owners if it's a rental right out there. But obviously, first thing before I want to hear if we talk to the adjoining neighborhoods there. But otherwise, I appreciate this opportunity. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul, for bringing this to us. To the best of my knowledge, the owner of 2511 is actually the one who's raised the issue to us. I think they're well aware of this project. There is the option of somebody going in through with sewer, and that sewer easement would really tie into below that 4733 is where the sewer currently ends. So if there's development above, somewhere in Cherry Hill or above this path, there's an option to tie into sewer there. That's the logical place that it would go through. You wouldn't want any road traffic above the sewer at that location. It would be a perfect walking path. 2511, I believe, is the citizen that is talking to us regarding this. You can correct me, when it comes up for final vote, but I also want to make sure that I believe the citizens on that area wanted bollards. They didn't want vehicle traffic to ever go through there anymore. That it was closed many years ago, and the citizens on Eitzen as well as Cherry Hill want to make sure that's not a cut through into the neighborhood for vehicular traffic. So please, if we could formalize and finalize that when it gets brought to us. But as far as the grant application, I'm in full agreement that we move forward. If it is an opportunity to fund this aspect, then by all means, let's move forward with the grant. Thank you.
So for sure move with the grant. I want to take a couple seconds though, because of the title of the grant, to explain that the census tract is really large because of the waterworks taking up so much space. And so to get the census tract to a certain amount of people, it had to be a lot of different miles. The opportunity because in a perfect world, we would be applying for a grant. We would be using this grant closer to where our most disadvantaged people are. But we have no existing parks or recreational facilities there, which we should look to rectify. But as I understand it, if we do the sewer thing, it has to be concrete above the sewer. Can you confirm that, Paul? Or can somebody confirm that?
I didn't fully understand the question, Mayor.
I'm sorry. So as I understand it, it has to be, if you have a sewer pipe, are they always under concrete?
No, no.
Okay.
It just
I must have misunderstood.
depends on specific weight that is rated for. Yeah.
I need you to speak a little bit more into the microphone, please.
Oh, it's not that doesn't have to be
Okay.
concrete on top of it. Yeah.
And to me, the best part of this would be to give the homeowners an opportunity to potentially get off septic since it's right next to the waterworks. The rest of it is gravy. So working with the interested party for some redevelopment, potentially, or development to get off of septic might be the best part of all of this. So, but the grant is good. Please talk to the neighbors. And that's all I have. So this is,
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
That was moved by Joe, second by Tom. My thing timed out. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
The last item under business items is approval of contract amendment to municipal service contract for planning and zoning services. Richard McLeod.
Good evening. We'd like authorization from the mayor or city manager or designee to execute all documents necessary and proper to amend the contract with Collaborative. We're adding a part-time temporary position for two and a half years. It will end at the end of 2024. From community development's side, it'll be saved because we have another employee who is going to college. So from her savings of her cost, it will pay that half of her, or 14 hours of her salary. Also, economic development is also using her for 16 hours per week. And that is through CARES and ARC2 funding. So it's all fully funded until 2024. So we'd like your authorization to approve it.
We can start at John's end, I guess.
No comments.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
No comment.
Everybody okay? This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Moved by
Second.
Tom. I think second by Rob. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, good evening. The first discussion item is for a street grid in Dunwoody Village. Going back to the original master plan for Dunwoody Village that was adopted in 2011. There's always been this idea of creating more of a street grid in the village and improving the pedestrian connections and creating more street connections. And so at but most of the property is owned by private property owners. And so at the retreat earlier this year, the council expressed an interest in trying to come up with some plans that maybe we could work with the largest property owner kind of in the core of the village, Regency, and see if we could come up with something that we could start to develop this street grid on their property. So we worked with Kimley Horn to come up with a concept that's in your packet. I was going to try to pull it up on the screen here, but hold on a second. There we go. And so what we've come up with, and this has been a collaborative effort with community development and economic development and Regency to come up with this plan.
It's not sharing. It's not sharing.
All right. Okay. Let's see. I'll see that now. All right. So what
Yes,
we've come
thank-
up with is this plan, which shows, and it really mostly utilizes the kind of drive aisles that are already out there, and then reconfiguring the parking lot so that it minimizes the impact of parking to Regency. And so you've got a roadway coming off Mount Vernon along the existing drive aisle in front of the shopping center on the east side. You've got sidewalks on both sides, some landscaping, street trees, and parallel parking. And then the rest of the parking on that side would be reconfigured. And then on the north side, you would create kind of a street between Chamblee, Dunwoody, and the main entrance off of Dunwoody Village Parkway. Same thing, sidewalks, some parallel parking, some landscaping, and then a sidewalk extension to the north, over near between the Starbucks and the restaurant over there, and then a entrance off the signal on Chamblee Dunwoody that kind of lines up with the courtyard area. And so that's what we've come up with. Regency has likes the plan and is in agreement. We've talked about a cost sharing plan 50-50 with the cost estimates about 1.2 million to do this, 600,000 from the city, 600,000 from Regency. The next steps would be this is just a conceptual design. The next step would be to actually enter into a development agreement with Regency to outline, who's going to do what and how it's going to be paid for, and then have engineering plans drawn that could be built, and then develop the permanent easements. One way so in exchange for the city investing in this, we would get a permanent access easement from Regency that would ensure that the public could continue to use these streets and sidewalks that we're showing here that would be built partially with city funds. So that's where we are. Wanted to give council an update. There is 600,000 that's in the budget that was just approved to move forward with this if the council is ready to do that.
Okay, we can start on Tom's end with questions and comments. This is a discussion item. We're not voting today.
Yeah, first of all, Michael, thank you for doing this, for getting together with Regency and working this out, and obviously Kimley Horn putting together the plan. Listen, we all know that nearly everyone in the city wants something exciting to happen at the village, where everyone wants that to be our city center. And so it's not going to happen overnight. It'll happen probably incrementally, and this could be a step in the right direction. Before I get into some questions about the plan itself, I have to say that even though I share that same enthusiasm and desire to get the village done, I have concerns that this is the right way to do it, and I'll be a little bit more specific. I don't want us to rush into something just because we want to get something done. Personally, I mean, we're putting public money onto private property, and I know we're covered legally, I guess, with the easement, because then it becomes a public good. So I guess that's how we're covered legally and certainly have the right to do that. However, in my opinion, I think this is a project that's better served being handled by the development authority as opposed to a city project. I think that's what the development authority exists for. And not to say that I don't want to get it done, but I just think that they should be the ones handling this. That's just my personal opinion on that. With respect to the easement, I do have a question. It's a permanent easement. Does that transfer with different so if Regency were to sell the property, is that in perpetuity? We get that easement regardless of the owner?
It would be with the land, yes.
Okay. And I see Michael walking up. He might have.
So development authorities are unable to invest in a road. I mean, they're precluded from investing in a road specifically in the law.
Even on a, so this is considered a road or a parking lot. And I mean, because this is not going to be public right away. So I guess I just want to make sure that we're going about this the right way. And
Yeah, so I mean, I think the development authority, we could certainly bring it up, but if this is considered a road, I think that's going to be something outside of what we can use our funding for. I'm sure there's some other things we can invest in and help out, but we would have to work out the details of that.
okay, so it couldn't be classified as a pedestrian improvement, right? I mean, that'd be a stretch.
I guess we could stretch, but that would, somebody would have to bring that to the development authority and get their buy-in.
Okay, and what the discussions at Regency, I am concerned with that because obviously the thing that has prevented anything from happening in the village is that we don't own the property. Regency does, and nothing's going to happen until they decide to do something. So if we're making this public investment here, do we have any commitments from them other than their $600,000 match in essence, that they're going to move forward with any other improvements there, whether it be public space or parking garages or anything like that? Or is this simply, the conversation simply been on this one project?
It's been on this one project. Of course, they've done some things with the courtyard over the last year or so, and there are a few other things that they're planning to do out there. Not anything like a parking deck, but the area around the tree in front of the fresh market. They have plans to improve that area early next year. But we've mainly been focused on this plan here as far as their big commitments.
Mhm. Okay, and I just feel that if the city's making an investment onto their property, that they're at the very least, to show a good faith, we should be getting something from them other than a match, where there should be some sort of dedication of space for a public plaza, which is, we've all been trying to know that that'll help activate the space, or maybe some sort of agreement that in the future there'll be space for a public parking or something like that. It's just, and I know this is beyond where your involvement is on this. I just wanted to state that for the record. So okay, is another, about 2 years ago we approved the zoning, the changes for the Dunwoody Village, and this all occurs in the DV4 zoning, which has specific requirements for streetscapes and also for the types of buildings. Is this plan consistent with the DV village zoning specific to block size? And what my reason for asking this is, are we going to invest money into building the streetscape or the street grid? And then if Regency does do what everybody wants them to do and redevelop it, are we going to have to tear it all up, or will it fit into what we've designed here?
The goal is that we won't all have to tear it up. We would like to see some redevelopment up there, so you could tie in multitudes of places on the left side of the road. So it does meet the intent of the master plan.
Okay, thank you. And okay, so now I'll get into the specifics. And again, I'm not trying to poo-poo this plan. I want to get things going in the village. I just want to make sure we're doing it the right way. I'll start on the north side of the parking lot, up there behind Marlowe's and everything. And I guess the first question I have is whether I can see it's the reason why, and this might be to slow traffic down, but the road kind of comes in and kind of going up towards Mr. Tire and Marlowe's, and it kind of wraps around. There is the parking lot that comes the connection to the parking lot at Marlowe's. It doesn't, for the record, for anyone that doesn't realize, it does not connect to Mr. Tire or the CrossFit there. There's barriers there, but was it for road alignment? Was it for speed control, or possibly both, that road wasn't shifted over to line up with where it would go into Marlowe's directly, and also allow maybe a pedestrian access up there, since we're trying to create the entertainment district and allow people to walk up there safely? Was there a reason why that didn't align that way? I imagine it was probably just to align the roads where the road comes out.
Yeah, we were trying to stay within the main Regency property as far as where we put the roadways. I think Regency does own the Marlowe's parcel, but there may be, I don't know what's in their lease with Marlowe's as far as if there would be any restrictions there, but we were really trying to keep everything within their main property.
So yeah, it might not have been clear. So the two-way vehicular traffic coming in straight from where they're, if you're coming up past, go down. If you're coming from the main block of buildings, like you're driving up away from where Barn is right now, and you get to what is the newly created intersection there with the 4 crosswalks. Yes.
Right.
Right now, there's the traffic going straight across. As opposed to having it there, kind of shifting it down, I guess it'd be kind of in front of, like, where is that, Royal Spice or Far Cafe, where the road would be directly aligned with the Marlowe's, I guess, making it a little bit clearer for drivers. Again, maybe the reason was you don't want it to be easy because maybe people would drive too fast. I don't know, but that would also allow for a pedestrian sidewalk. Just a question. I don't know if that was considered.
I don't think so. I mean, we can go back to the designer and ask them. I mean, part of it too, I think, is just trying to configure the parking so that they didn't lose much, to minimize the parking loss.
Yeah, I imagine you could keep the same amount of parking. You'd basically just be shifting that road over. And always, I mentioned that, it would be a little bit clearer to drivers that they can, hey, I can actually drive straight over to Marlowe's, whereas it's not necessarily clear the way it is now. Again, that's just a question. It's not a big deal. In that same area, this one is a bigger thing. Just to the right of the big 4 crosswalk intersection there, there's essentially kind of behind the CrossFit, and it's the area that's in gray, which I guess we haven't improved. That's why it's in gray. I honestly don't see any purpose for that driveway there. I think if you shut that off, because you've already got the driveway, what is that, 40 feet away where that's straight across. If you close that off, now you have connected pedestrian access all the way down to Dunwoody Village Parkway from there. And if you close that off, perhaps you can turn that little area into a little pocket park or plaza or something like that. So do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yeah.
So, because it really, all that is a driveway, which, like I said, 50 feet to the left of it, there's a driveway already. So it's kind of a duplication of what's there. I think it would make it safer for pedestrians and maybe create a nice amenity there. So again, something to consider. So the main areas where I see the sidewalks have been added in, what is the width of those sidewalks?
I believe they're 6 to 8 feet.
Okay, yeah, because I know in the zoning, I think it calls for 8-foot minimum sidewalks. I just want to make sure that we're consistent with that. The sidewalks in front of the buildings, like the core of the village there, are we adding additional sidewalk, or is that the existing sidewalks that are there today?
We are.
That is the difference where it differs from the master plan. In the front of the buildings, we're keeping the sidewalks essentially what it is.
So we're not extending. Richard, you can stay up here because this is more going back to the zoning as well. The zoning for the streetscapes for the Dunwoody Village calls for, I believe, a 6-foot vegetative buffer from the sidewalk to the road. We have that in some areas. We don't have it for most of the areas around the buildings. Was it just we didn't have the space?
Yeah, I felt it was important to get the parallel parking over there. And that took up some of the space for the trees.
So if we added that buffer in, it would essentially remove the parallel parking just for space reasons. Okay. Or do we put ourselves in any sort of awkward position by having a streetscape requirement in the zoning that we're not following ourselves?
Well,
I'm not trying to sing you there. I'm just,
Yes, but we could do.
We have I know we have the right to change the street scale. I just wanted to ask that. Okay. And then I guess the final question is down over by the post office, in front of the post office. If you could zoom over there. Currently, and again, I know we're trying, I'm sure that yeah, a little bit up. I know probably the idea with this is we were trying to keep it all within the property that is owned by Regency, and the post office is owned by the post office. But the way the exit driveway, there's a lot of traffic through the post office, and that's a one-way driveway. And the way that exit into a parking lot and with a hard right to get out, that just seems very awkward and potentially dangerous to me. I personally think it would be a lot smarter and safer if we went straight up through the post office property and used the existing driveway and connected to that. I know that's a private access for the trucks, but I'm sure the post office could figure out, they have the same situation on the other side of the building where they just have signs, private drive, no entry. So I'm sure they could do the same thing there. My biggest concern is the safety up there. It seems like it's a very awkward, with the amount of traffic that comes through the post office every day. It seems like an awkward configuration there that is just ripe for something bad to happen. So my preference is just to see the driveway go straight up and connect to that road there that goes down to Dunwoody Village. If that's, I know that would involve talking to the post office, but I think it's a worthwhile conversation. And while we're talking about the post office up there, where kind of one of the parking spots is next to the driveway exiting out, they have the drop off mailboxes. Obviously the post office would have to relocate those mailboxes. And then finally in that same area, the road that goes kind of straight along the top of the picture that we're looking at now that connects to the Dunwoody Village, is that Regency property?
That's city property, and we're working with them, with the post office on a separate project to get a sidewalk easement.
You're reading my mind, because I think we're greatly missing a pedestrian connection to the Dunwoody Village on this side of it. We have it all the way up at the top. We kind of got at the bottom, but we're missing an easy connection over there as well. That would seem to be a perfect spot to do that, I guess. So I guess from what you're saying is that would involve working with the post office to get an easement or of some sort there.
Which we are as a separate project, and I can, as far as related to that drive connection, there's a lot of hoops to jump through with the post office. And
imagine that.
So, I think that would, if we try to realign that drive as part of this Regency project, it'll take a couple of years probably. I mean, we've been working on the sidewalk for probably close to 2 years, and we still are working on getting the post office approval. So
perhaps we can talk to some of our friends in Washington to see if we can
we've
light a
done
fire
that.
under someone's fanny. I mean,
We've
it just
done
seems
that.
ridiculous. Seems ridiculous that we can't get that done. And I would expect that the post office would want the safety to be paramount in front of their building. So, I mean, again, I might be over critical of the exit, but it just seems very awkward right there. The way getting out of the post office, with the amount of traffic that comes through there every single day. Okay, again, I know I might have sounded negative, but thank you. I actually want to see these types of things done, and improving pedestrian accessibility and safety through the village is important. And I think this is a big positive step in the right direction. So I thank you. The landscaping strips, is that going to be consistent with the trees and the pedestrian lighting that's in the zoning?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're planning to have trees but as far as beyond trees, we haven't really gotten into that level of detail.
Will there be lighting?
There's some lighting out there now, so we would incorporate, that parking lot. We were not intending to have, pedestrian street lights along, but work with the parking lot lightings out there to make sure there's adequate lighting.
Because I mean, if we put trees up, that might block some of the higher parking lighting.
Yeah.
So just for safety, I would think that some form of pedestrian lighting would probably be a good idea.
Yeah.
But again, thank you. I appreciate the presentation, and in favor of the concept, I just had some concerns about the procedures. So thank you.
Councilman Lambert, can I address something? You looked at me early before you started. It's been raised by one of your colleagues, Councilman Hennigan. I'll let him speak later to this if he would like. I haven't reviewed this from a gratuitous clause standpoint. This is one that staff's been working on that predates me. It appears facially to have some public benefit, but ultimately y'all are the deciders of that. But what I would like is to see it nuts to bolts and let us go examine it to tell you that we feel very confident one way or another. I do think that staff is trying to achieve two things. One, an improvement, and two, something that benefits the public. It may be a judgment call on yours as the value there, that you're getting the same public benefit that makes it a equal consideration for what y'all are inducing into it. Ultimately, it's probably going to be a discretionary decision of this body as to whether or not it's adequate or not. I don't see anything on its face that says it's illegal at all. I'm just going to take a look at it just to make sure. I just wanted you to know it's an inherited one that I haven't pre-reviewed. You looked at me.
I did.
If I haven't.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
I don't see anything on its face that makes my skin crawl right now, but
Anytime we're investing public dollars in public property, I want to make sure that's fully vetted and we are crystal clear on
I will do
that.
that.
Thank you.
Well, you made my job a lot easier. You raised a lot of the same questions and issues I had. I guess I'll just speak maybe bigger picture. You know, I like the idea of trying to do something to kind of spur and improve the village. To me, ideally, this would be tied to some sort of redevelopment on the part of Regency. And from your questions, it sounds like we don't really have any plans beyond some real small stuff right now. But to me, putting in a streetscape, putting in some streets, if there was also a public green space going in, or you mentioned, parking deck, something to spur greater redevelopment of this area would make me a little bit more comfortable, I think. But I do appreciate the work that has gone into this.
Thanks, Michael. Is this simply concrete and paint? Is that all it is? Current asphalt?
We would have to resurface the parking lot to realign all the parking and
Okay.
do restriping, and we would be adding curb and planter islands in the sidewalk. So it, although it follows the current grid pretty much, it would be kind of a complete overhaul.
Okay, I recognize that we would love something more, but it is unsafe to walk around this area. So I think this is a great service to the citizens to have crosswalks, to have islands. I would feel much safer here and others will too. So thank you.
Just a couple of quick questions and thoughts. Tom, I love the idea of closing off that area by CrossFit and Mr. Tire. I mean, they're not going, what? I've been talking this all night without it. Because they wouldn't lose any parking spaces. There's nothing that to me, that's a win-win. Let's do some public green space there. The yellow line, is that just merely to signify that it's a two-way street? I was confused.
Yes.
Okay. So then my question to Richard, and I understand you were trying to, with the parallel parking spaces, but to put a buffer with green space all the way down on the east side by Barn, you're only losing 12 spaces. I counted them. So, and meanwhile, we would actually be able to be consistent with our village plan. Do we really have to have those 12 parallel parking spaces?
Yeah, sidewalk's a little bit wider on that side, on the east side. We did not do the green space because I feel like it's important that parallel parking, it will slow everyone down. And it creates a buffer between the pedestrians and the moving cars.
Okay. Talk to me about, I know Walgreens up there in the corner has a drive-through. I wasn't quite sure how that works or if we're taking their
We're
drive-through.
leaving that the way it is. There's really no changes to the drive-through.
Okay. I guess, so you're going in by that one crosswalk and coming out at the other.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it will still loop loop around through there from there to there where my mouse is.
I'm curious if there was any pushback from Regency, if we did an ask and they said no, like, or if, what else could we do you guys think, or is this it?
I can't answer that question for them, but I will say when we went to them, they were very interested in doing this, and they originally, you know, they have capital money budgeted every year like we do, and when we said, you know, we're thinking about doing this and this is how much money we may have, they went back and found the money on their end to match, rearrange some things to see if they could get the money to do this next year if we want to do it.
Okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
I'm very happy to see this. So just go to my campaign website and look up some videos, because I said literally and figuratively work around the edges on Dunwoody Village versus ripping and replacing, and make it more pedestrian friendly. And so, you know, when people single issue people and then sit back and let's talk about all sorts of stuff, because we got the Shamley Dunwoody plan coming down the road too, with that whole thing, right? And so on. So it's all of the above. So the mere fact of being able to pedestrianize, walk friendly, I am super, super excited. And at the end of the day, I want to be able to come to the voters next year, should I choose to run for re-election, and say by the middle of next summer that we have some groundbreaking on this project. Pregnant pause. So I'll just go through my questions, okay? Do you need any funds before December 31st? When do you need the funds to be approved if you were to go forward to do anything?
I think, you know, the money in the budget for next year is fine. Between now and the end of the year, we need to work out the development agreement that outlines, you know, exactly where the money's going and what we're doing with it. So we'll have a development agreement with Regency, who's responsible for what. And so that'll take a little bit of time to develop. So that's really the next step.
Little bit of time.
Yeah.
So are we talking bigger than a bread box, months, Q1 next
I think we're
year?
talking a month or two. So I think, you know, by the end of the year, we'll try to get that in place. So we really don't need any funding
Okay,
until
all right,
January.
fine. So, and when we go up, next time you show it, if you could provide, because even whether it's multi-use trails or whatever, show that cross-section illustration from the eye level, what that streetscape looks like, okay? Just, and it would, you know, there's tools out there, Richard, you guys know better than me, right? Where you show the current picture and then you slide and then you see it over there, right? So I'd love to see, like, from Mount Vernon and you're staring there looking down toward the daycare, the current, and then slide over and you're just like, ooh. So I think that would resonate so powerfully to show the citizens at the eye level, at the foot level. Okay. So you've got three things you're asking for right now: a development agreement with Regency Centers, complete engineering plans, and easement. So can you kind of, are you going to work those in series or in parallel?
Yeah, I think we need to, you know, we need to get the development agreement in place. That really says, okay, this project's real, we're moving forward, before we spend the money for the final plans. And we have to develop the plans to be able to draw up the easements.
So the next step is getting back the development agreement with Regency. Boom, right? That'll be the next time it comes to us.
Right.
Potentially. All right. And then you're gonna, let's say we also all go forward the 1.2 mil, and you'll have to dumb it down for us from who gets the monies and who does the disbursement, and it's all gonna, we're gonna be the we're gonna do the building, right? We're gonna do the, it's
That'll
gonna
all
go
be
through
in the
us.
development agreement. Those details still need to be worked out.
I mean, from the procurement perspective,
Right,
Go through this.
all that would be outlined in the development agreement.
right? But we're probably gonna ask for that to come through the city, do you believe? Or is it gonna be quicker to go through Regency and we have a good agreement with them and they could do it a little bit
Yeah,
easier?
that needs to be worked out.
Okay. So I don't know if it's, I'll just say subjectively, we want to do it the right way, but if it's quicker, potentially, if it's legally good, if we could be, you know, I'll leave it at that. And then easements, you say easements in here, wouldn't that be in the conceptual agreement because it's all kind of pretty much owned by Regency?
Well, I mean, to get the permanent easement recorded, we'll actually have to, outline exactly the area which would come off of the final plans.
I get it. I was thinking construction in terms of like construction temporary easements. Yeah, right. So once you get to that point, then what would be the time frame of letting RFP and selecting? And yeah, I mean, really, that's the biggest next step. It's middle of next year.
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
latter half of next year is when
Latter
we could
half of next
actually, be ready for construction.
But just to get if we have an RFP out there and we're able to, okay, I get it. I know how things work at the speed of government. All right, so, and then I saw the Walgreens drugstore, I saw that one. In general, when I'm looking at all those crosswalks, I put that note out where can we raise some of those crosswalks, have raised pedestrian crossings on some of those grids to use, it really pedestrianizes the area. I threw that email out you and showed some ideas where I put in.
Yeah, we had some conversations with Regency about the area in front of the courtyard, doing some type of traffic calming there, maybe raise crosswalks or something there to slow the traffic down. So we'll be looking at that in the design.
And over where the Walgreens, that's a drive-through. And so I'd like the motorists to say, you know what, there are pedestrians meant to be here over just a white hash mark or a paint. So I think even raising the crossings over there, it adds to the motorists. Let's say maybe they'll stop before they get to the crossings there. So yeah. Are they net losing parking on this design?
We're at about, I think the latest iteration, we're at about a net loss of 5 on the east side. Actually have added a couple on the north side, and then even on the west side.
It's very, very negligible. Okay, pretty much net zero then. Okay, thanks. Raise. And then I think Tom hit some of those things. I'd like to add bicycle parking in conjunction with this project. Again, one of those nice to things. If we're going to spruce up make it walkable, it's going to be bikeable as well. So we could add that. That would be appreciative for Regency. Put that in there. Streetscapes in front of the major busier areas. And the next steps is I'd love to have another meeting with our development authority to talk about focusing on the village, big picture, and let's see if Regency we could get some green space and contribution, and potentially working with our development authority to build a parking deck in there, so. Yeah, but anyway, excited to see this being presented to this council. I really, really, really appreciate it. If you come rewind just where we are today, I really, really appreciate all the work you guys are doing. Thank you.
John.
Thank you, Michael, for the plan. Thank you for the connectivity. It looks like we are working around the edges in order to put in private streets on private land. The sidewalks, that'll be great for our citizens, the parking. It sounds like we're not losing any parking in that area. I had the same concerns of Tom. We are putting a major infrastructure improvement on private land. And it sounds like our city attorney will be coming back with us to clarify, to make sure that there's completely in compliance in the sense that there's no gratuities that we are giving to a private developer. In other words, we're not doing the same type of project yet at Dunwoody, at the Perimeter Mall, or any other large places, but that might be coming someday. So, it's a matter of, this is setting a precedent moving forward. As far as the streetscapes and the width of the sidewalk in front of the businesses, we have business plans and we have, transportation plans. The width of the streets, are we shortchanging ourselves in the sense of future development? Are they not wide enough in case there were to be future development, an apartment complex, something put on there, heavier density? Where are we in the sense of the streets meeting our current transportation plans? Do these meet our transportation plans for the type of street that we're putting in, or do they not?
Well, for the amount of traffic that's out there today, I think they're adequate. If there was future density growth out there, I mean, nothing in this plan says, if they wanted to redevelop the whole site and put a lot more density on it, that there wouldn't be other street improvements that might be required because of that.
Right.
That the easement that we will get will guarantee that the public has the access in perpetuity, but it doesn't mean that this access couldn't change or be modified in the future with both.
So if they wanted to up the zoning, we would have to then up the requirements on the streetscape, the widths.
Possibly, yes.
Okay, and as far as the sidewalks in front of the businesses, I heard that there was an ask to take away the street side parking along the businesses there, but our transportation plan, what's the minimum requirements for those types of accesses, the widths in front of the businesses?
So the plan actually adds some, there's an existing sidewalk out there now that's pretty wide.
Right.
But it has planters in it in some places. We're actually adding more sidewalk to that. And so there is an opportunity to maybe, have more regular planters to get some trees on that side. But the sidewalks are 8 feet in most places. There's a few places in front of the building, it'll be wider than 8 feet. And then there's a few places where it's 6 feet, but like in the parking areas, they're 6 feet, but along the roads, they're 8 feet.
I guess I was just thinking of activating the space in the sense of some restaurants might want to move out into the sidewalk area, but we're shortchanging them by not allowing them that opportunity.
Well, there's the one, some of the restaurants on the north side are already doing that. And so where we're adding, it's hard to see on here, but where we're adding sidewalk, we're starting from where they already have sidewalk now and making it bigger. So we shouldn't affect them being able to use some space in front of their restaurant.
All right, my final question is, I really have concerns over the cost in the sense that it's not enough money. You're saying that it's 1.2 million for the whole project. And that we're paying for half the 600,000, but yet I also just heard about repaving. Are we paying for the repaving then? In the sense of what the light, I'm hearing about lighting. Now I'm hearing about various aspects. I'm not sure we know the final cost. Give me where we are.
Well, yeah, right now, I mean, the 1.2 million is an estimate based on this concept. So, it's definitely a rough estimate. As we get further into the design, we can refine that estimate, but also, because prices are going up and, things are expensive now. I mean, there is an option to phase this, if things cost more than what we've estimated, you could break this up into a few phases and do one side and then another. But that's the estimate right now.
Yeah, when I heard about the repaving aspect of it, I want to make sure I know what the cost is all in. And they probably need to repave their own parking lots at some point. It's just a matter of when. I don't know. I just want to make sure that we're good. And final thought, when we're looking at the parking, it's straight in, it's not angled parking. Did we look at possibly one-waying and angle parking? And what's in our transportation plan and what's appropriate?
You want to talk about that? The parallel parking?
It's just the width.
Straight in versus angle. Is there any thought of one-waying the driveway to the right?
It just limits the access. Because you have to, one way, you can only enter one way.
Is it any safer? What's in our transportation plan or what's in our plans in that sense? Is there any, I guess we don't regulate private development, which this is. I'm just trying to think is it take up more parking spaces? Is there more availability for more parking spaces? If they were to be angled in one way, could you squeeze them together? Could you squeeze the street together and then have more space for green space? I'm just looking for various options.
So to hold what Regency closest they can, this is the best plan, because if you angle them, it cuts off the space on the ends.
So this is the more dense parking. Okay.
Yeah, I think it could increase speeds too. If you've got to go all the way down to turn around and go back to where you really want to go, I think it potentially increases people just trying to get through the parking lot fast.
And then what's the handicap parking plan?
It'll meet code.
Okay, for both street and then the separated, okay. I have no other questions. I'm good with the plan. I just want to make sure in the end that there's no gratuity aspect of it because we're sort of setting a precedent moving forward. Thank you.
So thank you for doing all this and bringing it to us. Lots of people have asked questions. So I have two quick concerns. One is that parking lot needs paving today. And it really needs paving today. I was there the other day and I'm not sure that cost should be part of the cost of this project. In other words, they should pave their own parking lot. And so just, I get that they should pave their own parking lot. And then secondly, I appreciate all this and I think it's a good first start, but I think that we ought to be pushing, if we're making a big investment, it would be nice to get some green space out of this somewhere. At least have a serious discussion with Regency about, I'm sorry, I look like I'm camping, but I'm not. But a serious discussion with Regency about how we go about getting green space, something green in the village. So those are my two initial thoughts. But that parking lot already needs paving because I happened to be there and noticed it just the other day. So with that, I guess you'll bring this back to us at some point.
Well, I guess the next, if we want to move forward, the next time it would come back is with a approval of a development agreement.
Okay, so then I think. So we need our attorney to rule. Do we want to see it one more time before development agreement? Council, I can't see.
How close are we to getting those details worked out with Regency?
As far as the development agreement, I think it'll take about a month to have a draft for both parties to agree on.
I can't see people's faces because of the presentation.
Madam Mayor, if you were speaking to me, I didn't hear what you
No, I
said.
wasn't speaking to you. I'm saying that if I'm asking council what our next step is.
Oh,
and
I thought you were
can't
talking to me.
No, I'm sorry, and I can't see
Different
their
council.
faces because of the presentation. So
Well,
we
then let me
could
put it this way, staff, what is it that you need from council before moving forward?
Right.
The purpose of tonight really was just to make sure that there was general agreement with the plan. We can go back and look at some of these details and to make sure there was support for moving forward to the next step, which would be a development agreement and then spending money on the design and moving towards construction next year. So we're really just wanted to update the council, show them the plan and make sure that we're moving in the right direction and should continue to move in that direction.
Okay. Can I have you unshare your screen, please, Michael? Thank you. Okay. All right. So my concern stands about the paving. I don't think that's just me. And John is shaking his head. I don't know how other people feel, but that's a basic maintenance and it doesn't seem like they've done that recently. And I was just at Ashford Lane today and they're paving. So I'd like to consider that not included in any kind of development agreement if possible. But is there consensus around that this is a good idea? If Ken says it's legal, he should move ahead. I need people to speak up.
Lynn, I'll jump in. I think this is a good project. My only concern is that we have plans in place for our transportation plan, our development plan, and things for, the zoning code that,
Right.
There's plans that are there and is the city moving forward matching the requirements that we would put on that area, or are we going around our own plans and doing things separately to lower levels because of the partnership with Regency? My hope is that we would do exactly what we planned and what we've said and what we would ask any other private developer to install. So again, I'm seeing the pretty sidewalks and some green space, but you're not telling me the widths in front of businesses and that it meets all of our plans, that it meets the zoning code, that it, would this need a variance if it were to go in front of us today? I just, my hope is that it fulfills the wishes of council, past councils, and the development aspects moving forward. That would be my only ask.
I'm fine
That's
with
all.
moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll kind of agree with everything that John said. That's my biggest concern with this. And I would also with I mentioned this and the mayor mentioned this, with us making this kind of public investment, that I would like to see Regency offering some of the amenities we're looking for in the village in return, whether that be green space, whether that be agreements for a parking structure. I don't know what they would be agreeable to, but some, if we're putting public money in here, I think we need, I like everything this is much better than what's there. It's a step in the right direction. It improves pedestrian safety, but I'd like to see if Regency would be willing to cooperate a little more on some of that public space that we've been desiring to get there. But I'm okay with moving forward with the agreement.
Yeah, I think this is a start. How's that? And so I think you have consensus to go ahead and begin the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ginger.
I have to lower this. I'm not quite that tall. Good evening. So today, or this evening, right now, we're talking about a discussion item for the technology policy. So we've had technology policies in the past, but they've been internal only. So this would be the first that would be approved by City Council. This technology policy is based off of NIST, which is the National Institute for Standards and Technology, and also CJIS, which is the Criminal Justice Information Services, their security policy. So we've brought those together, made sure that we're meeting all of the standards, guidelines that we need to for cybersecurity, and also to make sure that we're, following protocol so that we can potentially one day maybe get accredited. So.
All right, John, do you want to start at your end?
Sure, I'll go first. I get lots of email. I get lots of communication. I get tweets. I get Facebook. I get communication through every possible known electronic means. Much of that I want to forward and communicate with my council members. I don't always get that communication on my city cell phone or my city account, or, I don't get it there on that account. I just don't. I now carry 3 phones. As crazy as that even sounds. If I want to forward an email to somebody, I have to be on my city phone to do so. It looks like page 18, little 4. Any user that has a city issued mobile phone, which would be me, should never use their personal phone for business, text, email, phone calls, etc. Why? And I understand some rationale in the sense that you want to have city business available on the city servers so that you can search and know everything I do. And I'm actually okay with that. That's fine. It's more about how to do that. That one line stops me from ever forwarding anything from any personal device, from anything else to the other members of council. It almost takes away my ability to be a regular human being and sharing with council. I wish this could be modified to where I have the ability to forward any email, any communication, anything I want as a general member of society, and then CC my own City of Dunwoody email address, thereby putting a copy of everything to the city servers so that you can search it. I think that this line is a little bit onerous because it stops me from being a regular human being. That's just one of the items that I would like changed. Because again, I'm just, it's email or it's communication. And if I can forward it to myself, or God forbid, forward everything to Sharon Lowry, which I'm not sure she would want either. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I do.
The other issue, I mean, it's probably not in here, but there's conversations happening on Facebook. And there's conversations that are happening off city equipment that are subject to open records. And Sharon knows that I've done this before, that I've taken strings and copy of the things that I've said on Facebook that were governmental and tried to forward to Sharon and or myself so that it's subject to open records. I don't go on the city network for anything for the most part that's either not public or not email. So again, some of these requirements seem onerous to a certain extent, but that's the one line that I've been scrolling through looking to see, how am I going to violate this policy tomorrow when we approve it? So, I mean, I don't want to violate it. I want to work within the guidelines of both your policy, but also the open transparency aspect of open records, but yet allow myself to have the same ability to forward emails to everybody else. Do you see where I'm coming from? Maybe it's just me. That's just one line item that jumped out at me. I'm going to keep looking. I'm looking forward to hearing what everybody else has to say, but that's just the one that jumps out at me. So I defer to others. Thank you.
I know I've had some conceptual conversations about how we have council meetings where we don't have what's called a work session, where we don't come in, and this would be if I was a new hire, or if I was a full-time city employee, department head, and I asked you to present this, it would probably be an hour-long separate agenda where you would present this as a whole, right? Because we have, I don't know how many pages is in our whole document packet for tonight. And what John just alluded to, guess what? That slipped by me. All right. So I'll take the hit on it, but that one fine point John said. So I know as much as y'all hate it and open meetings and stuff, but I'd like to have a walkthrough of this. If you need to set off one-on-one, if it's just by exception, but me personally, I feel like I need to have a sit down. Okay, that's just where I am. I work for Accenture, 650,000 employees. They allow me to have my personal phone, but they use mobile device management, MDM, right? So they can wipe it, swipe, if it's reported lost and so on, right? I'll acknowledge and allow MDM management, and I have to do authentication, multi-factor, and those kind of things, right? And there's timeout and security passcodes, all those things they put down on my personal phone to do that. So anyway, but I appreciate, we need policies and procedures. Absolutely. I'm a whole huge, big fan about that because we need to have those in place because as people transition and people move for best practices. So no, thank you, Ginger, for getting us to this step. Absolutely. Thank you for what you've put together because it's not easy. All right.
Mhm.
Thanks.
Yeah.
My only question was, just thinking of open records requests and legal, I mean, have you all both reviewed this and we're good with what you guys need and what we need to do?
I will assure you that I will just comply with the Open Records Act 100% with guidance from the city attorney's office when needed.
So my best guidance on this is, and I hear what is being said. This does require a change in behavior, which is not easy for some. I'm technologically insecure. Some are a lot more secure about it. But the underlying principle behind this that we've reviewed, and for the most part, it complies with the law. There's no problems from a legal standpoint. is really getting compliance about what we just talked about. Some of which probably I need to take offline in some kind of session where the privilege is still applicable, so I don't want to get into too much. But when you're an elected person, anything you have where you make public comment, you pass on an agenda on a Facebook page, even if you think it's personal, is no longer personal. There's a lot of cases, a lot of lawsuits out there about social media access. So, you know, the problem is, I think that maybe underpinning this is a notion that you do have something private when you really don't. That explaining the line between that, we'll have to take it offline because as I think Joe said, it'd probably take more than an hour of a legal lecture about it. But I've been involved in lawsuits involving social media and open records. And ultimately, what we want to do is we want to shift the burden from y'all as to who's determining what a public record is. Right now, whether something's transit or not, whether it's only retained for its useful lifespan, whether it's retained for 5 years under some schedule, or got to be retained for the rest of their life, doesn't need to be decided by the person holding the private phone that's sending the message or receiving the message. It needs to be in the context of transparency for the public. So Sharon would tell you, she's being very, very kind. When you get some of these omnibus open records requests, ultimately the information is not here. It's on it could have been on private phones or other phones where we have to have somebody and ask them for something. Well, if you think about that, what is the check and balance on compliance with the law? And so the problem is there's so many categories of subject matter. You know, when you text what time's lunch, well, that may go away, but when you text something that might have more subject matter meaning, it may have to be retained longer. Also, we have to be very, very cautious about communications on the council that might be deemed an open meeting violation. So that's why whenever I send y'all something, I say, do not respond, because I really don't want y'all to respond. There's no way for us to go into executive session on an email. I'm just simply giving you a heads up, X, don't respond. So I think probably it goes to training, it goes to a change of behavior. But I can tell you the open records clerk, Sharon, who's being very kind and gracious, it's a big headache trying to divvy this stuff up. So, you know, ultimately this isn't Ken's writing, it's Ginger's writing that Ken's looked at with others, and she's taking it from best practices. Her what she's written complies with the law. It's probably a best practice. It's probably a pain in the behind. I get that. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. And I'm not savvy enough, technologically speaking, to tell you, here's how to make this more efficient, this policy. It's we don't have one. We that is this is taken to this level, and we need one. And if you're going to have one, if you think about it, it's not one that you can just start by putting an X here and an O here. You got to fill out the whole page. And that's why it's so long, because once you start writing it, it doesn't stop. And it's probably going to evolve. You know, Ginger technology is evolving faster than we can probably approve this. But I would say ultimately, this helps us in the way you understand that anything you do is public. There's a retention way to recover that. And it would help probably Sharon in some respects. Right now, it's a little bit hit or miss, right, Sharon? We have to rely on what's being reported.
We do. And I would say to Councilmember Seconder's suggestion for a work session, I would go a step beyond that and say, let's have some comprehensive training with council, with the city attorney's office, my office. That's where I think we should go with it.
Thank you. You answered my question. I needed that background to know that technology had talked to legal, and then of course that's really where I was going and the why, and that very much answered the why. So thank you.
Part of that why seemed to be getting accreditation. Can you tell us what that is?
So we have not started the process. It's a goal that, you know, we have, or I guess the department, the agency has, would be to get accreditation, hopefully with GMIS. But you know, I can't, it's kind of in the very beginning stages of an attempt at trying to see if we can do that.
Can I say one thing that might be helpful to y'all? I don't think this is taken amiss from that, but the accreditation is a nice thing and be an accolade for the city. But Ginger's had to, on several occasions, more recently on one, we had to work with forensic people on the outside to protect the city. Let me just say that without going any more. And everything's fine. But that was a learning lesson about processes and these kind of things. And so this is driven as much, I don't want it to sound like we're coming up with this for an accreditation. These are forensic people telling us you need one of these. And by the way, you'll get an accreditation. So that's where it kind of came from, aside from Ginger's efforts.
And it plays into, so everything that I'm hearing is that the future of the cybersecurity insurance is going to require things like a policy, a written policy in order to be approved for cybersecurity insurance. So I'd say that would be more the focus, would be trying to make sure that we can have the cybersecurity insurance, like he's talking about, the forensics, the procedures, making sure that we have something in black and white that actually makes it easier to understand what we're supposed to be doing, why we're supposed to be doing this, you know, how you're supposed to be doing these things. But, you know, it brings to light things like open records requests that maybe people didn't really focus on before. And now maybe you can kind of see that, hey, wait, maybe there is a better way to do this to make sure that, you know, we're following the procedure. It makes it easier and takes it out of your hands, like he's saying.
It says you're gonna conduct regular phishing exercises. So are you sending us clickbait now?
Yes, we
Yes.
are already doing that, actually.
Yes.
And we've been doing that since
For a
I think
long time.
2020 is when we
Yeah.
initially rolled it out.
Yeah.
And it's been extremely successful because what I found is now people actually forward all of those emails to us before they ever touch the link. And our phishing, I don't have the stats in front of me, but it has dropped significantly on those tests since we rolled that out.
Well, when we have our big training session, you should give us our report card.
Yes.
Thank you.
Rob, do you have anything?
Okay, yeah, I've got a couple questions. Thank you, Ginger. I think this is important. I mean, we all know that cyber attacks are on the rise and they're getting more sophisticated, and we're only as strong as our weakest link. So you know, anything that we can do to reduce our vulnerability is important. And then from the open records side, and you know, yes, it probably will be a pain, but it will protect the city and it will protect each one of us as well. And it's also making sure that we're providing those records as they're requested by the citizens. So yeah, I think it's important that we do this and move forward. And I thank you for taking the time to put a comprehensive policy together. I have a question that maybe you could help me clarify. So I've only got 2 city issued devices, this and this. And the older I get, the smaller this screen gets, and forget about this screen, right? And so when I'm working at home, I don't access the network, the server from home. I'm simply retrieving emails. I use my desktop because I have 2 big screens and I can put multiple documents up there and read them quite easily, sometimes even without these. But one of the things in the policy talked about using personal equipment. Would I be able to use my personal desktop computer to access my mail the way I'm doing it today? Would that change by this policy?
So, sorry. Go ahead.
Before she answers, let me give a legal real head on that, okay? And so what you don't want is to have a case one day where a judge is looking at your server to see what was on it. And that's what you're asking for when you use a personal device. So the best practices is don't use anything personal. If people were contacting, just have a message. This is my personal phone. Do not leave a Dunwoody message. Boom, boom, boom. Because ultimately, I can't answer that question in a lawsuit. What I can tell you is your personal computer and your server could be subject to some court looking at it to determine whether or not it believes it's a matter that should have been retained and a matter of a public document. We're trying to avoid there being any gray area. That's what we're trying to do.
Is everything I do on Outlook though stays on the server? It's not a local issue, right? It still remains there. There's no way for me to do something dialing into Outlook that is somehow now only in my world and not in the public world. Is that, that's my understanding, but I'm not a techie.
So when you say Outlook, are you accessing it from like the website? Or are you talking about actually putting Outlook, the application on your computer and accessing it from the computer application?
I go through the web and I connect to the city. That's how I've done it since the day I've been in an office. I'm in a web browser and I connect to the city through that. And I just basically I'm just retrieving and using my email through that. So
Locally at all.
it doesn't to my knowledge, but I'm not technically inclined, so I want to make sure.
Are you
Go-
looking at something that's already public already?
I'm
Yes.
just basically
Yeah.
accessing stuff from
mean-
the city server on my.
I go to, I go to
just wanted a
office,
second.
I go to office.com and log in to my
Yes.
city.
And so
So so I just wanted a second opinion to make sure I wasn't telling you guys wrong, but it does not store it locally on
Right.
your machine when you access it from the website.
okay, that was my understanding. And then I guess the second question we kind of talked about, that we talked about us getting training. The implementation of this policy will all staff, all city staff have to go through a training, or is it simply they get a booklet that they sign a piece of paper that they acknowledge it? And we all know how that works. A lot of times you just sign a sheet and you hand it in, you don't really read it. So
Yeah, so I have to have a conversation with the department heads, but my preference would be a training for each of the employees, because I think that's the only way for them to really understand what they're about to sign.
I think that's
Yeah.
critical, because all too often we sign things without reading them, and this is way too important to just be a piece of paper in a file cabinet somewhere to check a box. So I would want to make sure that we do some sort of training, or at least some advanced explanation of the policy to all the
Yes.
staff.
Yes, that would be my preference as well.
All right, thank you.
And also, when you do access it from the internet, there is a security risk. We can
Right.
get more
We-
details on it he can.
I'll come in for.
It might be better to do this in
The work
in a
session.
separate session, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, there are security risks of accessing this outside of a computer that we control. And
Right.
so who knows what's on the actual computer that you're working from? And so that's why for security purposes, it's better to access it directly from a work computer. Or-
John, did you have another
About
question?
Antivirus and what you have on your computer. It's just, yeah.
I'll go with you offline to make sure I'm doing it the right way.
John, do you have another question? John Hennigan? Nobody.
Lynn, we can't hardly hear you. Can you turn the
Wait.
speaker
Yeah,
up
I
a little
can
bit? Sorry, Lynn, we can't hardly hear you. Hold on one second.
Okay,
You
hold on.
want to try it again?
Is that better?
Can you hear me? Oh, sorry, I don't understand. Okay, now you should be able to hear me. Did you have another question, John?
No, I was just saying we can hear you fine.
Okay, well, so I do. So one of the things with this policy is that I think it's a citywide policy, and I understand it's important. There is a difference between city staff and elected officials. And so here's my example. I woke up to a Facebook message that I don't even check Facebook Messenger regularly. 3 Facebook messages that had come in overnight Friday night about a uncontrolled sewage leak, which, by the way, the city doesn't do sewage. On I don't want to pick on any social media, but on my mayor's Facebook page, I can set a message that says, don't contact me here. I never look. If you need me, you have to email me. But on personal Facebook, there's no way to do that I've been able to find, and we're not going to solve that today. But so I I texted them Robert Patrick's contact information, and I stepped out of the conversation. I don't even know if there's anything open records retention there. But as elected officials that have lived in this community forever, people have our personal contact information. So what we are going to need to do is, when somebody contacts us for about city business in a non-city, on a non-city phone or whatever, we need to direct them, which I do. I say, email me at whatever, but that's what you need us to do, correct, Ginger?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Doesn't solve the problem of people tagging you in Facebook posts and all that, but that doesn't go away unless somebody else deletes it, because we're not allowed to delete social media stuff. We totally need training on the open records, open meetings part of all this, I think, and a little bit of technology. And I might ask you, Ginger, and Jay and Eric to look in whether or not we should have VPNs if we're worried that cyber stuff is getting more aggressive if we need extra security at home. I don't work, I mean, I'm on every device I have for city business. Oh, well, that's not true, but my laptop is a city device that y'all can control. But I think we ought to step back. We're not gonna solve this tonight. If we need to adopt the policy to get things rolling, you should put it on the agenda so we can adopt the policy, but understand that we're all gonna need a lot of training. And I've used my personal phone number I used it for 10 and a half years without an issue. And then we got an open records request for text and it took me 4 hours. And so to recover those, to get those texts. So I'm switching, I'm almost finished. I'm almost ready to switch to a city phone. Which then assumes I'm gonna remember to carry 2 phones. But,
Mayor, can I mention one thing?
yes, uh-huh.
So there is one little problem in this draft, in my opinion, based
Okay.
on something you just said that hit my, if you look at the scope is anybody who uses technology resources of the city.
Mhm.
But in the cell phone, it says employees only, and I think it ought to apply to everybody for the reasons we've already said. So that I think needs to be removed where it says in 1 sub B, cell phone city employees only. It's really everybody, because the scope of the policy is anybody using technology of the city. Which also complies with the law, but that's me. Now, how you get there is, I'm not saying, it's up to y'all whether you get this or don't adopt it or you change it, but there is a little bit of a conflict in the scope and what that says.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Ginger. And we will schedule some training on the open meetings, open record stuff. All right, next up, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. My next agenda item is the discussion for the facility usage agreements with our athletic association partners. As y'all know, we changed these agreements to be renewed every year by council, primarily so we could look at our fee structure for our field rentals. And also we're gonna, Richard's gonna talk about our sinking fund later in the meeting. I met with Councilman Lambert and Councilwoman Harris about our fee structure going forward into 2023. And the decision we made was to increase our fundraising tournament fee by $5 an hour over the rental. I'm sorry, it's $5 an hour this year. We increased it to $10 an hour going into 2023 over the published rental rates that's in the Athletic Association manual. So that way, going into 2023, the association manual stays the same. The language was changed in the facility usage agreements to state that it will be an additional $10 per hour over their standard rate that is in the Athletic Association manual. And what that was done was to increase our fees, generated some additional revenue to go towards the sinking fund, but do it in a way that it wouldn't put too much of a burden on our athletic associations, especially some of the smaller ones that we do partner with from the school system. So they will continue to rent from us at their same rate for their standard programs and activities for students and youth. But it allows us to generate more revenue when someone like Dunwoody Senior Baseball hosts perfect game tournaments. They can now pass that charge on to that organization such as Perfect Game. So it won't be a burden to them, but we will generate some additional revenue in 23 with that change. Other than that, the agreements are exactly the same as 2022. As I stated earlier, we've had a very successful year being able to provide athletic facilities to our partners, and we expect to continue to do that going into 23. With that, I'll take any questions or concerns y'all may have.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was going to be much discussion. Raise your hand if you have a question, so I can just.
We can't hear you, Linda.
Oh, again.
You weren't on mute. You were just really low.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Are there any questions? I didn't think we needed to go down the line for this one, but. Rob.
Just real quick question, any feedback from any of the partners that we typically sign these agreements with on changes?
Go ahead, Catherine.
The fees for civic and nonprofit, 5 times what the partners fee is. What is the general percentage, the breakdown of who's reserving these fields, partners versus non-partners?
It's primarily our athletic associations that rent the field from us.
70, 90?
Probably about 70% of the time, it's our athletic associations.
Is it? I know you guys looked at the fees. Is this cost prohibitive to a religious institution that wants to?
Not
use
really.
this or
We
not?
do get quite a few of the $100 per hour rentals. Rarely do we have anybody balk at that number. I think if we tried to raise it above that, we would get some concerns and issues. I think our fee structure is good. I think it's market for what's going on around us. So that's one reason why we didn't look to modify any of the other fees. I think if we try to generate more revenue, say in that category 3 area, which is $100 an hour, we would probably lose the number of rentals we've had.
How does the scheduling work? Can you bump a nonprofit for a partner?
So what we do is we set deadlines for our nonprofit partners who have these usage agreements to go in and load their schedules.
I see.
Then we go in and approve it, generate the invoice for that. Once that date has passed, we open the schedule up for category 3, category 4. Of course, we're category 1, the city is, so we put our items in on the calendar first. Category 2 gets their opportunity, which is our athletic associations with usage agreements. They load their schedules, then we open it out for other rentals. And then throughout the season, throughout the year, there are times where we work with the associations, where if an organization contacts us and says, hey, do you have any availability? We may reach out to one of the associations and say, hey, we see you've got it booked, but we don't see anything on your schedule. Are you still needing these dates? Can we rent them out to someone else? And we'll work out a refund to the category 2 association and then book it with the category 3.
So it's 7 partners. Is that about the max that you would want agreements with?
For the time we have, yes. Our busiest time, of course, is after school until 10 o'clock at night. We do get quite a bit of use at Brook Run during the day, though. There's a lot of clinic coaching, one-on-one coaching and stuff like that that goes on there. And we capture those guys and make sure that they're paying their rental fee to utilize the field. It's illegal to make money on city property without a permit. So whenever we find them and we let them know that they need to book time with us, and we're happy to host them.
Okay.
But yeah,
All right. Thank you.
sure.
I just, I know there was a lot of angst last year when we increased the rates. And just the fact that Brent has not had like people banging down his door, like means that we made the right decision last year, and just moving forward, we're trying to keep it healthy and make sure that we can maintain these multi-million-dollar beautiful turf fields that we have.
Brent, you just mentioned those categories. That's not in the packet, right? That's just.
It is, in each
Is it?
usage agreement, there's an attachment to their usage agreement of the Athletic Association manual, because we refer to that manual in each usage agreement. So there's standard language, there's requirements by the association and the city, and then attached to that is the Athletic Association manual.
Oh, way down there. Okay. I see. Thanks. I'd like to hear, I know that obviously, I remember when we first did this, or when I was on council first, that it can be potentially terminated. There's both parties, right? So we always know that. So we just get
Correct.
something out the door. Remember about their annual reporting to us as well. Of course, it's during a council meeting and it's an agenda item. And now we're getting towards the end of the year. Do we have a list of, have we asked those folks, all of these partners, to schedule to come in and present to us?
Yes, and I do apologize. We've had
I
some
know.
very busy agendas and they do take some time. So they haven't been in as they should have been yet.
I know there's the spirit, there's the intent, but
We just get it
they
in
do
writing.
understand that expectation. Lynn, were you saying something?
Can we just get it in writing at least?
Sure,
Can
absolutely.
we get it in writing at least?
Yeah, could we get it? That's a great idea, Lynn, because it talks about their succession plan for the organization, current board members and term limits, just some basic things. metrics, whatever they were gonna present to us, yeah, could they present that as in writing? That would be a nice,
And then, I'm sorry to interrupt, Joe, but maybe then Brent, we could put it in a packet and then you could present it sort of the way the city manager's report is presented, but with less words.
yeah, great, thanks.
So,
So let's level set about the free use, unprogrammed use. It's adding potential staff time, I don't know, but do we have a report showing the usage agreement facilities? So each of the, right now, you're giving us usage agreements by athletic associations. How about the usage agreements by facility showing a weekly schedule of programmed use and free unscheduled time? So where's that master schedule and what does that forecast look like for 2023? I'm looking at unscheduled time because I love to have that opportunity of a pickup game of whatever, family reunion, want to play a game of softball? Sure, why not? And I grew up, I don't want to pretend I'm the old fogey here on the council, but I am the oldest person on this council.
Sure. So we, everything's available online. We have our booking software through our parks portal, so you can see any times that are available that aren't rented. We also have posted scheduled open play hours. They may change seasonally depending on what sport's being played. I do have some statistics as of basically for the rest of this year. We had 210 hours were rented to outside organizations. We roughly have between the hours of 3 and 11 p.m. We had 5,760 total hours were available. So we rented a total of 3,113 hours. So there was plenty of time available on the fields for other things other than our organization renting them.
That's across all of the fields we have available, right? Okay.
And that's outside of our scheduled
Mm-hmm.
open free play times.
Yeah.
So we do have plenty of availability for other organizations, our current organizations, to book more time and open free play hours. So anytime you can go on our website, see what is available, see if it is booked. We're happy to answer any questions if people ask us. Do you think there's going to be someone that books that this Saturday? Because we have a pretty good idea of the times and hours that people want to use it. So just like the rental pavilion at Brook Run, it's first come, first served if it's not rented. If you don't have a permit, anyone can come out there and play as long as someone else is not renting it. Anyone can use our pavilions for free if it's not booked by someone else. You have to move if someone shows up with a permit, but as long as it's available, it is free.
When they give the reporting, I would love to get the metrics if they're tracking it of Dunwoody residents that are using these, that are enrolled in these sports or percentages. You know, I don't want to just be exclusive to just living within the Dunwoody border, because obviously we know the families, i.e. people have to leave Dunwoody to enroll in sports. They're going to Murphy Candler, they're going to Sandy Springs, they're going around to Roswell. So I get that, but when we talk about hosting, tournaments of people out of the region or even out of the state to come to Dunwoody to use our facilities, if there's unmet local needs, I'd like to get some kind of metrics of saying, is there a balance there, right? What are we doing for equity in the community for underserved that can't afford to play and maybe just want to play a pickup game and so on, right? Just
sure. And we just allocated ARP money to Dunwoody Senior Baseball for that very purpose. So they did receive money for low-income families to be able to play in our athletic leagues.
Okay, all right, great. All right, thank you much, Brent.
Thank you, Brent. Take a look at your memo. I'm trying to understand this paragraph. One minor revision for 2023 is that the athletic associations will be required to pay an additional $10 per hour above their standard hourly rate for any fundraising tournaments they host. This is an increase of $5 per hour over the last year and has been increased to include the city's efforts of funding an eventual replacement of the artificial turf. So right now they pay $5 for the for per hour
over their standard rate. So in the Athletic Association manual, there is the fee schedule.
Okay.
Category 2 is $20 an hour.
Okay.
For all their standard programs.
So they're paying 25.
They pay 25 for tournaments that they host when outside organizations come in
Okay,
and they make revenue for that tournament. Now, instead of $5 above the 20, they're gonna pay $10 above the 20.
got it. So tell me how many hours were used for fundraising tournaments in last year?
So in 2022, Dunwoody Senior Baseball rented the fields out 921 hours
And that's for fundraising?
for fundraising. We allocate them 500 games a year for fundraising. They didn't do all 500, but they did 400 and some odd. So they did 921 hours. And Rush Union did 88 hours at $25 an hour. So they brought in a revenue of roughly 23,000, well, about $4,600 from DSB and about another 450 from Rush Union. So we made a little over $5,000 in additional revenue or off of that $5 extra.
And I'm afraid to ask how much Perfect Game made off that $5,000 investment.
I would have to ask them for those figures. I don't have the access to them.
I'm just wondering if we're charging enough, and then I'm wondering, based on the differential of hours, whether we have enough money to reimburse ourselves for the use of the fields.
So, and we're gonna have a discussion with Richard Plato in a minute about that. There's a certain cost for DSB to put on the tournaments. They hire a facility or field attendants to run it. They do trash, they monitor the fields, they do a lot of that. There's a $20 per hour per rate for each field attendant. So they do incur cost. We went through the numbers with them a couple of years ago and came to like roughly a number that was affordable to charge Perfect Game for the use of the field and then still be able to generate a decent amount of revenue for Dunwoody Senior because they do use that fund to help subsidize their programming. That is why they do the tournaments to keep their rec program.
So then the funding that Dunwoody Senior gets, that's part of their official record that comes to us and will be in their annual report.
That is correct. We get a quarterly financial report from them and Rush Union. It goes to Linda for review.
And right now, the funds being raised and the increase, it seems to be appropriate as far as staff is concerned.
Yes, and it keeps us in the market for field rental hour or field rental costs in our community.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we've looked at the number of hours, we looked at the costs, the benefit to them, the benefit to us. Again, we got $5,000 and they used it for 921 hours. Again, I'm not sure that's.
Well, the overall income that we received from just field rentals in 2021 was $153,227.
Okay.
That's over from 21 was $118,297. So we saw a significant increase in our field revenues. We actually, in 21, we did not cover all of our field expenses. In 22, we did. We were in the black by almost $11,500. So we covered all of our expenses for all field maintenance and utilities and still made an income. Now, Richard's going to talk some more about later about how we fund that sinking fund, especially when we have years, because the unknown is what's going to be the big hit for a maintenance repair on a field. This past year, we had a cost of around $17,000 to fix the fence at Peachtree Middle School football field. It doesn't generate a lot of money at Peachtree Middle School football field.
It's not in great shape.
But it was a repair that we were required to do on the pencil there because honestly, the students damaged the fence, but it's on us to fix it. So, we're going to have those years where we have low maintenance costs and low repair costs where we don't have a lot of damage and nothing happens. And then we're going to have years where there's going to be something that we have to replace or repair at a higher rate. So I think as long as we're monitoring our hourly rate and keeping consistent with it year over year, we're always going to be in the black.
All right.
And that's the goal.
I appreciate the conversation. Looking forward to the next one. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, so this is a discussion item. We'll see it when you bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next, Paul.
All right, the item I have before you now is easing the alcohol licensing requirements we have on the books for specific uses. This is sort of I did a presentation about 2 months ago to you all to see if there was any interest in going at that in some form, and we fleshed this out now. We had conversations internally with the finance department, the police department on some of this, and we've sort of consolidated something into an ordinance that we want to present to you now. I'll quickly go through some of the basics. So some of this is repeated, but like to have it on the record, kind of associated with this text amendment. Currently, sort of in the city of Dunwoody, we have everybody who serves alcoholic beverages for gains, or any business that wants to serve alcoholic beverages needs to get a license from us. And they also need to get a license from the state of Georgia. We have 2 kinds of licenses. One is the limited, which is beer and or wine. And those are available for a variety of businesses. That's not what's before you all today. What's before you all today is the full pouring license that includes liquor and then associated liquor mixed drinks and so forth. Those require a full service kitchen currently, and they require at least 60% of annual sales from food sales associated with that. So they're really only available for restaurants and similar types of venues. We're seeing this, we're bringing this up before you all, and we had a public comment earlier today from someone who runs a business that includes something different than this typical kind of restaurant sale. We're seeing sort of the retail market is continuously evolving, and we're seeing you know, the stories are all like for years now in the media about the decline of traditional retail, of decline of traditional sort of product retail, and a trend towards sort of experiential types of retail uses. So we have, like, I brought examples here. Axe throwing places are now open up all over the place. There's Top Golf, sort of as an example. The Friends experience, or there's a Harry Potter experience in Atlanta right now. The traditional paint and sip, you know, those types of places that often go into existing retail spaces because it's affordable, it's cheap, and that make parts of their revenue through the sale of alcohol. But it's not just a revenue generator, which it is, but it's also like to support this experiential component. It's sort of to make it sort of a thing, like an entertainment thing where people go to and do the axe throwing, for instance. We're proposing sort of 3 major changes, and I want to go through them one by one today. The first one is for the eating establishments that we have. We are currently having a 60-40 split. So to sell liquor in Dunwoody, you have to have 60% of your total sales from food and 40% from alcohol. We're proposing to reduce this from a 60-40 split to a 50-50 split. This is relatively common across the region. So Sandy Springs, Alpharetta, Chambly have this 50-50 split. Brookhaven has the 60-40 split like we have it right now. And then, of course, there are places that do not have any required food sales, Tucker, for instance, or City of Atlanta. It's those places where bars, we don't have bars in Dunwoody, but places that do have bars, those do not have a minimum food requirement. Which is not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to reduce it to 50-50. We looked at our existing places, and we currently have 53 vendors that have this full pouring license, so that they have consumption on premise license, so they sell alcohol to consume on the premises, and they're selling liquor. Of those 53, 27%, so a bit more than a quarter of those, have 35% or more of their revenue from alcohol currently. So we are having a sizable chunk of those businesses are edging up towards our limit, and then we have some that are actually exceeding the limit that we have in the books right now. The types of places that do that are like your typical dinner restaurants. It's not lunch places, it's not the bigger sort of chain restaurants, but it's dinner restaurants. It's anything that sort of advertises itself for its cocktails, for its types of drinks like that. It's more the fine dining than the cheap places, and then it's pubs, just so it's the places you would think of. Those tend to be the places that also have the higher split from alcoholic beverages. The second thing that we're trying to do, or that we're proposing to you all, is to have a separate category in there. So it's in addition to the restaurants that we have right now where we're allowing this, we're proposing to also allow personal improvement services and entertainment businesses to sell alcohol. And we're proposing to do this with more restrictive conditions, because they do not have to sell the food that a restaurant has to sell. So currently they can sell alcohol, but only beer and wine. What this would do is it would allow them to sell liquor in some way, shape, or form. We're having a few constraints here, because what we're not trying to do as part of this text amendment is we're not trying to become a nightlife destination. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to become a place that is open for different kind of services to the residents, that provides more variety to the current residents. So we're proposing a few safeguards as part of this ordinance. Number one is that to sell liquor for these types of businesses, is they would still have to maintain at least 50% of their sales from their primary purpose of being. So the example that was proposed to you all earlier was like a barber. So they would still have to have at least 50% of their sales from barbering. Like if you're an entertainment venue, you have to have 50% of your sales from tickets, for instance. If you're a bowling venue, like 50% of your sales would have to be from shoe rentals and from bowling. And this is to not sort of open a window for bars. The second is we're proposing to roll this out sort of on a sort of incremental basis. And what we're proposing right now is to do this only in the designated entertainment districts of the city. So we have two of those, one in Perimeter Center, one in Dunwoody Village. So let's try it out there first, and if it works, we can roll it out citywide. Earlier closing time, which would be 12 a.m., so midnight closing time. Currently for restaurants, they can serve alcohol until 2 a.m. in the morning. This would be earlier than that, would be a closing time of midnight. This is especially based on comment from the police department, because the later it gets in the night, the more sort of quality of life complaints they tend to have. So by shutting it down at midnight, we can especially sort of prevent the people who want to, go full hog at night, just to find a different location than the city of Dunwoody for that. And then finally, we're excluding sort of potentially problematic uses. So massage parlors, adult uses, and so forth. So we have them specifically called out in the definitions so that they cannot sell liquor as part of their business. The third one that we're proposing is hotels. And hotels have a harder time. Hotels are sort of one of those categories that tends to exceed our limits currently. Not because they're necessarily sort of doing, particularly sort of bad things, but the business model of a hotel is just that the hotel bar tends to have sell a lot of drinks. And overall, the hotel serves a lot of food, but it often comes as breakfast that might be included in your room or that might be captured differently. So what we're proposing is to exempt hotels from the food sales requirement as well. Here, as a safeguard, sort of to not to sort of have entertainment venues that we don't want to be part of. The hotels is like we're adding a new definition in here for a nightclub, and we're specifically saying if the hotels intend to use this this exemption from the food sale requirement, that they cannot use a part of the hotel for a nightclub. And then we have this definition in here that defines what that is. So those are the major changes. Then we did a little bit of cleanup in there for the code. And with this, I would like to be available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, start at Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Yeah, in general, I support this. I think it's a good idea. I think, there's different entertainment's evolving and people like to, where they choose to have a cocktail or something with it. It just adds to the experience. So I think it's something that will be a positive. I don't really see the potential for a lot of downside on this. I look forward to getting my hair cut with a McKellen in my hand. So one day perhaps, but I have a couple of questions. I think the idea to kind of control this and to limit it, and that's why we're limiting it to the entertainment districts. Do we feel that there would be potential for bad things to happen outside of the entertainment districts? And I ask that if there's a smaller business, let's say a place where you go and make ceramics and stuff, but maybe they can't afford the rents in the entertainment districts and want to set up in Georgetown or a place where perhaps the rents are more affordable. Is there a reason why we're excluding those areas?
Mayor's nervous.
So we try to approach this from sort of a relatively conservative standpoint. We're trying to get it going, see what happens, and then to readjust at a later time. But it wouldn't necessarily have to be the entertainment districts only. Okay, yeah, and the way the code's written out specifically mentions the two entertainment districts. If we were to add an additional entertainment district, would this have to be amended to, or would it automatically be included because it's an entertainment district? So I think the way it works, and I'll take a close look at this for the second read. Like we've just labeled entertainment districts in general, and then we have a list of entertainment districts in that code section. And if we added Georgetown Entertainment District, that would automatically be referenced in here. Okay.
And then the other question is on the nightclub aspect of it, the way it reads, I want to make sure a lot of places offer live music and have people dancing to a band playing, and would now that not be allowed? Or I don't want to have an unintended consequence here.
Yeah, but what we don't want to do is we don't want to limit a wedding from providing dance. That's not what this is supposed to be. Like that, and that makes it hard. Because at the end of the day, it's a gray scale between what's just good-natured fun and what's a nightclub and so forth. It's not that there's a universally agreed upon definition. So what we did here is we've labeled a couple different items that, let's say a code enforcement officer, they would go, that they could look at. They're providing music, space for dancing, and often having a floor show, characterized with one or more of the following: presence of a dance floor, light show, stage for live music, indoor disc jockey. And so I think it speaks to a bit more for permanence. So if something is used, if a space is used sort of on a temporary basis for this, then let's say this definition would not apply, while something is on a more permanent basis used for these items, and you know, several of these items apply, then that might be an indicator that we're having a nightclub here.
Yeah, because I'm not comfortable with the definition of nightclub, because a lot of places I think that have live music would fall under, and I'll use an example of a place that's now closed, so I don't have to call anybody out, but Wild Wing Cafe right next door to us has a permanent stage, and they had a floor they'd have bands, live entertainment regularly in there. And then they have an open space where people would dance listening to the band. And my reading of this definition, that would be a nightclub and would no longer be allowed. And I would not want to change that and not have that no longer be allowed. So I would like to either remove the nightclub portion or figure out a way to allow that type of activity, just because it happens all over the place. And I think it's something that's popular with our residents, and I would hate to remove that.
And the way we have it worded right now, and then we specifically did this, so if a hotel does not want to use this exemption, if a hotel wants to do the food sales, they do not have to comply with this. It's just if a hotel wants to do away with food sales and they do not want to match sort of the 50-50, then this applies. So it doesn't become sort of a full-on sort of party venue.
Okay, so if you qualify with the 50-50, then that the nightclub portion does not apply to you. Is that accurate? Okay. Okay. Would that also include if the entertainment were a live music venue? Let's say someone wanted to put in a stage to host local acts or whatever, but didn't serve food but had a bar, that would be considered a nightclub?
Yeah, there's a couple of different routes you can go. Like we wrote this, let's say if you wanted to be a bucket theater and want to be a concert venue, you could do, like, if you can meet the 50-50 food sales, then you
So
can go.
tickets from the concert sales would qualify?
No, like for food sales, you could, if you still qualify as a restaurant, you still have food sales, then you can stay open until 2 a.m. and you can do just like as we have it right now. If you do not want to serve food or not serve food to that extent where you can meet the 50-50 requirement, you can come in as an entertainment venue. Then the requirements for entertainment venues apply, and they would have to close at midnight and so forth, and they would have to meet 50% of their sales from
Tickets
ticket
for the
sales.
entertainment. Okay, thank you.
Just go down the line and
Okay, all right. Once again, you hit on a lot of the questions I had. One question I did have, we just have examples of personal services, and we've made reference to doing sculpture and arts and all that, and nowhere do we mention that as covered under personal services. So I would just suggest we look at that definition and make sure we reference the kinds of businesses we want that to fall under. I'm with Tom on especially for the personal improvement services. I don't see the need to limit those to entertainment districts if they're not going to be having music, if they're just going to have, Picasso and vodka or whatever they decide their theme is going to be. I don't know. It's 9:50. All right. But anyway, to me, I don't see how, something limited like that isn't going to be a big disturbance would be a problem out, in Georgetown or in one of our other commercial areas. So maybe we want to just look at the specific zoning types where we think this might be appropriate instead. And which would certainly for something that's got music, entertainment, maybe there we do want to narrow it more. But for some of these personal services, I personally am not as concerned. I had the same thought as Tom about kind of nightclubs and especially hotel exemptions, because that's the one that kind of concerns me is if I have a hotel and I don't have any limit now, and especially if I'm down at the perimeter, I'm going to become the hangout, right? Because I've got this great bar And I have a competitive edge against restaurants because I'm not trying to sell food. I can just drop my alcohol prices and make my margin there. So I don't know what the answer is on that, but I want to make sure we're properly regulating that, that potential. I like to think that there would be no bad actors, but I think that to me, that's the most likely venue for a bad actor is a hotel bar that doesn't have to have any kind of food requirement at all. It doesn't really, they're not a concert venue. They're not a theater. They're just, there for ostensibly the hotel guests, but they could draw, from a much wider audience. So just those are the thoughts I have on this.
Walk me through the process. If Scissors and Scotch comes before us and they need a state license, you're saying, and then they're gonna need a yearly permit from us. Now they're not a high alcohol sales business. Are they gonna get a differently priced permit? Is it gonna be a different permit?
No, same permit, same process. So they would come to us first for a new license, then we have sort of distance requirements. I think there's distance requirements to places of worship in there. It's 100 or like to educational institutes. I think it's the educational, like for schools. So they have to submit us a survey. They submit their initial application. They have to have someone still with a touring license, who can pass a background check and so forth. They do this with us. They do this with the state. The regular fee applies. So like on an annual licenses, they're on about $6,000 plus then some additional tag on fees. They would pay for that, and that has to be renewed annually. So on an annual basis, they would renew with us. They would renew with the state, and they have to report their alcohol sales like to the state, but they also have to report it to us. And they have to report their sort of personal improvement service sales. So if Scissors and Scotch sort of comes in, they have to submit to us the sales that they had from alcoholic beverages, and then the sales they had from barbering. Yeah.
Yeah, well, what I'm getting at is if I consider this a good idea, is it financially dissuasive that we are charging them at the same rate as the hotel that's going to make boatloads of money on their alcohol?
Yeah, I think that is sort of a revenue stream for the city, and we're not proposing to make it sort of a giveaway as part of this. So I think this is as an eye to this is sort of the economic development potential of these things, and we hope to receive sort of municipal revenues of that too.
Is that in line with standard practice of neighboring cities?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Two things. Kind of following with Rob, where does Rob's Picasso and vodka fall in? Because with the personal improvement,
Yeah, it would be personal improvement service.
so I would kind of like, because that's so common, like you might want to say like, the art studios are just kind of in there. And then just kind of a point of order, and I wouldn't be a buzzkill, but I think this is a discussion item. So the second read isn't going to be in the 14th, right? Because
Correct.
But if it was a first read, we should have had a public.
Yeah, this,
So it would have been a public hearing. So, but it wasn't. So since the ordinance changed, don't we have to have a first read with a public hearing?
It would not be a public hearing, but you would have a first read and then you would have a second read.
So is this considered the first read?
No.
no.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So, yeah, you're looking confused there. That's why.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I anticipated this to be a first read, but
Okay.
No, we like to-
That's why I was asking the question. Okay.
It's okay. This needs more discussion. Keep going.
Okay. No, that was it. That was my two questions. Picasso and vodka.
All right, Joe.
Picasso and Pinot. I know. Where'd you get this definition sources of personal improvement service and nightclub? Where do you get these? Where do they come from?
So personal improvement service, we're trying to not have like same definitions that are different in different parts of the code. So we're always trying to, if we have something defined, but we try to copy it over one for one. So personal improvement service is straight from the zoning ordinance. The entertainment is straight from the zoning ordinance too, to make sure that we're not having sort of slightly different items that cause trouble in the future. The nightclub, we created sort of internally with support from the dictionary.
I was thinking there's like, hey, you got Michael Smith building roads, there's ASHTO guidelines, right? Do you guys have a library of definitions?
Yeah,
You
we
can
have-
look at peers, other AICP folks or whatever? Okay,
We
that
have
was,
a APA, we have
right,
a-
APA, whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
So under the definitions now, in our code, there's just a master set of definitions and we just refer back to that definition. What you're showing us in this proposed ordinance change, red line, shows change of definitions in one section, but that is in the all-encompassing overall, well, the whole code, not just
So it's
adding.
it's specifically to chapter 4, so it's specifically to the alcohol section of the code.
Okay.
So we have to tie it into each sort of each code segment.
Okay.
Each chapter of the code has to be separate.
All right, okay, and thanks, and I appreciate, and I think if once we do roll it out, if there's no negative effects to see it rolled out for the city outside of the entertainment districts too, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Paul, for the presentation. Overall, I'm very positive for this. I do want to make sure that I understand the financial aspects and the licensing. So if I'm serving any hard alcohol, I'm doing the full, go through the actual permitting, what am I gonna have to get at that point? If I do any hard alcohol, I need the full pouring license, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And then if I do any the wine or malt beverages, if I sell anything or give any of that away under any of these realms, I need that pouring permit.
So that's the full pouring license includes beer and wine, so you can sell that under the full pouring license.
Okay. And then there's brew pub and then there's limited pouring. Tell me about the limited pouring, because could any of these businesses go under the limited pouring permit?
Yeah, they can. So if they don't intend to sell liquor, they can do that currently. So that's why sort of the paint and wine, why these type of places exist, because wine is possible even under the current rules.
Okay, so what's the cost or, the fee structure for the city in the sense for the limited pouring? I'm trying to understand the benefit.
So I think the full pouring, and it depends, that there's a bunch of add-ons that you can do. Like if you do the full pouring license, including the Sunday sales, that is $6,000. The limited with the Sunday sales, I think is $2,000.
Okay. That's fine. I'm making sure that there's no exemption for any of these types of businesses to not get a pouring permit that comes back to the city, that they're not exempted from the taxing aspect of it. Again, y'all might be a little bit more highbrow than me, but my Mad Dog, my Mohawk and Mad Dog 2020, I'm not sure they're going to get that $6,000 for the full pouring permit. So I'm just trying to understand it. And then as far as only being in the current entertainment districts, I'm okay for it to start there. I'm also, a year later, if there's no issues, I don't see issues. I think it would be fine, I guess, if it were to open up everywhere so that the art studio in Georgetown or something could offer. Again, it still comes back to, is it make any financial sense for anybody to get this opportunity? Because you're paying that much money to get the opportunity to offer. Again, you're talking highbrow costs. And because I don't know, I'm trying to think it all through. I'm not sure, the local Pilates place wants to pay this much money to offer you a glass of wine at the end of it. I don't know. I'm just trying to think it through. But overall, I think I'm positive with it. But But again, I'm also okay just letting it start in, in the entertainment districts that we have. I guess I'm open. But it really, my main concern is that it all comes back to the licensing and the pouring, the state licensing, the pouring permit, the background check, that all has to be had. I've had a little experience trying to get a pouring permit, so I understand, all the hurdles that have to go through. And these organizations or these entities are going to have to go through all of those hurdles. So that's a lot just by itself. So thank you.
Okay, so I have a question. My question is can we strip the hotel aspect out of this ordinance now so we can move forward with it? And then, because I am probably the reason the nightclub stuff is in there, I see the real weakness in all this, I think Rob said it too, is the hotels. And I'm really concerned about unintended consequences with those entities. Because I also don't want to restrict the ones that are full service from being able to host weddings. So I feel like we're in a really dangerous position. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't want our hotels to see an opportunity to open a nightclub out of something we're doing here. Does anybody have any feedback for me? No.
Paul, is there any opportunity to change?
Can you not hear me? I'm
Catering,
sorry.
weddings are catered. Weddings are
Right.
not every night. There are so many nights a year. I'm just trying to think of weddings and events.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how we protect ourselves from, so, you talked about Tucker in Atlanta not having any rules, but they also have terrible crime associated with nightclubs. So I don't want to put us in a position, I want to fix the problem that we're faced with, but I don't want to open a door for a business opportunity that we don't mean to open. And I'm just.
What do the hotels have to do now?
So if they intend to sell liquor, they have to have the food sales. They
Right,
have to have
which
those
is 60/40,
60.
But they're not.
but they're not. So, right, is that because they struggle?
So many of them do, some of them are exceeding the current requirements.
Exceeding meaning it's not 60/40 or it
Yeah,
is?
they're exceeding, so that they're not meeting the 60%.
They're not meeting the 60%. Okay.
Are they exceeding the 50/50 that would come with this as well?
Some of them potentially would too, yeah.
But you said that could be reporting if they don't count sales of breakfast because it's included in the cost of the
Right.
room.
That is sort of, I presume, yeah, I haven't done like some details, some detailed analysis of where this lies, but that's my presumption that there actually is more food sales than they're reporting. It just included sort of differently as part of the business model.
Okay, we're gonna see this again for first and a second read, so maybe we can talk about it. And maybe y'all can brainstorm or figure out how other places might be doing it. But
I'm sorry, I'm just going back to the hotel. So Lynn, I don't understand your concern. So
My
right now, the
concern is-
hotels, they're all because they all have full service, they all serve liquor. They're
Right.
at 60/40.
But they're not. So
But
some
they're
of them
not.
are,
So
some
then
of them
we,
are not.
so then we put it to 50/50.
That's not my concern. My concern
Okay,
is.
but
Go ahead,
so,
sorry.
but we're saying that if I guess I don't understand. I don't understand because if
Well,
it's a
we're open-
nightclub, you have certain limitations on it. So
Right. Well, the problem is that the definition of a nightclub right now sounds like a private party at a hotel with the dance. I mean, we just need to make sure that we're not eliminating a true business model, right? Catering weddings, because that's not our intention, but then also not allowing them to turn their ballroom into a nightclub on a nightly basis. And so that's my concern. And so the reality is not nobody's doing that, and they we haven't necessarily been enforcing the 60-40. And so, but I just want to make sure there are places all over the country where there are nightclubs and hotels. And so if we simply changing it probably isn't what's opening the door, but I can't explain it. It's just a concern. And so, and it's easy to fix in the non-hotel world because we're saying you have to close at midnight. I think one of the concerns that we're facing is it telling hotels that they have to stop selling at midnight would not work in their business models. Does that make sense?
Yes, but if they don't want to stop serving at midnight, then they have to meet the 50-50.
No, I don't think hotels do. Paul?
Yeah, so, I mean, currently some of them don't, yeah.
But they're supposed to.
Right.
They're supposed
I
to.
mean, in theory, like they're supposed to meet the 60-40, and then in theory, they're supposed, if they want that full pour and stay open till 2, they have to meet the 50-50.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right. I hear you.
Self-reporting then.
Right. Okay. And the ones that cater would meet the 50-50 because they charge so much. All right. Next is Richard Plato with the last two things of the evening.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm here to talk to you about establishing a sinking fund reserve for artificial turf fields. So currently we have 2 baseball fields and 2 multi-use fields that had artificial turf, potentially more planned in the future. So this was discussed during the big budget committee in particular, as setting aside money we know that repairing these field turfs are very expensive. And so we wanted to start setting aside some money for this. How this would be calculated was, as Brent talked about earlier tonight, we'd use the field rental fees that we generate from the field facility usage agreements with our partners and our athletic associations, less the general repairs and maintenance, and we'd come up with that amount. And then we'd also consider the pavilion rentals as well in that equation. So in this example, we used 2022 in the memo here as an example. We estimate about 153,000 in revenue generated from field usage, basically from field rental fees for fiscal year 2022. Expenses about $142,000. So that would set aside about $11,500 that revenue exceeds. So we could put that toward the sinking fund. If we added in the pavilion and lawn rental revenue, that's another $55,000, $55,000. That's $66,000 for this year. We established what we're recommending is establishing a minimum target of $60,000 a year. On the 3rd page of the memo, if we did just the minimum for 12 years, $60,000 a year, 12 years of nominal interest rate, that would give us about $850,000 at the end of that 12 years. So again, we're establishing that minimum of 60,000. We hope to contribute more, obviously, the goal, but we wanted to establish at least a floor that we would always target that 60,000 with the goal of contributing more to the sinking fund. So we acknowledge it won't cover all of it, obviously, but we would have that money set aside as fields come up for a repair and replacement. We'd have monies and then we'd have to come up with additional sources of money to fund the majority of it, or more of it, I should say. But at least we would have some set aside in the sinking fund to address it. So with that, be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does anybody have questions? John?
Yeah, thank you. As far as the expenses, are these numbers all in? Does it include lights? Does it include water? Does it include, in the sense of cooling, I don't know, whatever water usage is used,
Yes, in the expenditure for 2022 of $141,000, that includes all utilities.
Okay. And the crumble that's put down, it's all of that, right?
That's correct.
It's all of that. And so last year we had 66,000. What about, so all the ongoing expenses, for example, let's say the we had to replace some of the turf already from some aspects. Are we gonna be taking that from the sinking fund because it's replacing turf, because it's ongoing maintenance of that field? Or are we taking that from operating expenses in the future?
We would take that out of our general fund repair and maintenance. And then,
Okay.
but that expenditure for the year would be calculated in and balanced against the revenues for that year. So we would balance it out and see, so there may be some years that we have well above 60, so we
Right.
could put more into the sinking fund if we chose to. But the minimum amount would be 60, and we would use the revenue from the pavilions are very little expense.
Right.
Rarely do we have to do a major repair on a pavilion. But we do generate quite a bit of revenue off of them. So that would help subsidize anything that would help us cover up to the $60,000 if our field rentals revenues were not up to the $60,000 over the expenditures we had that year.
All right, tell me about the revenue and expenses when it comes to the food service, the concession stands, the rental from that, and the expense of that.
Okay, we incur no cost for any of our concessions that the athletic associations run. They do that at their own expense, and they generate all the revenue, and they get to keep that, self-subsidize their program.
Okay, so we get nothing from it, we give nothing to it.
Correct.
And ongoing maintenance of those buildings and facilities?
So any interior repairs that are caused by their concessions, they're responsible for. We have yet to have any interior repairs of any buildings. We are about to come up on doing some painting, just general upkeep and maintenance on the facilities that we have over at Brook Run. But we haven't gotten into any major repairs on any of the structures.
What about the expenses for those in the sense of the electric or the heat or whatever else that's water for those facilities? Is that?
That's covered by the city, but that is included as part of their rental fee that they pay on the hourly basis.
Okay. I was unaware of that. Thank you. Yeah, I guess 60,000 is, if you say it's adequate in the sense of you think we can float that every year.
Yeah, the reality of turf repair is that we have certain areas that are kind of hot spots.
Yeah.
Batting, batter's box,
Right.
pitching mound, second baseline, stuff like that. We have turf on hand, and our guys are trained to actually make those repairs in-house. So we don't have to contract someone and pay them more money to come in and fix it. So minor things like that can make our fields last a very long time. So that's our intent, is to continue making the minor repairs so that we can stretch these fields out for 10, 15 years before we would have to get to a point where the fiber deteriorates just because of weather conditions, things like that, do a major replacement.
Yeah, again, if you think that's the appropriate amount and we have that money that's coming in off the revenue, then sure, I think it makes sense to have a sinking fund. Yes, just that simple. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that for transparency, obviously, to show this sinking fund when you're saying we're asking you for these rental fees. This is the cash flow, this is the accounting of where it's going. This is why we're doing it. We're reinvesting, we're maintaining, and we're looking to the future rather than waiting for that. Perfect world, I don't want to say the word disappointed, but perfect world would be that the use of those facilities one-to-one would directly recoup repair and maintenance of those said facilities versus adding in the pavilion rental revenue, right? So look at that difference between basically 11,500. I'm sure you guys ran the numbers, right? And you try to look at where those cash flows are, and that's just is what it is. And so
So the pavilions are outside the baseball and outside the soccer, or is it?
that's the question. So are those pavilions and lawn rental, is that system wide?
Correct.
So that's at Pernishaw, that's at, yeah. So those are all subsidizing, paying into the sinking fund.
Correct, for this year. And the hope is that will be less and less. So we want to keep the minimum at that $60,000 a year so that we can basically generate enough. So when there's a large expenditure payout down the road for a big replacement, it'll be there. As we continue to look at our fees every year when we redo the usage agreement, our hope is to do, just like you said, is put it on the backs of the athletic field rental for the majority of, not all of that fund. There will be some years, like I mentioned earlier, where we have a $20,000 repair. We hope to not always have years like that. We hope that we can have just standard maintenance and repair on the buildings. And there will be projects where we may have to put grass on an athletic field at PCMS. That will be a large expense, but those things are unknowns until we get to it. We will budget and plan for those accordingly when we know they're coming. But the hope is, that we will. The issue with setting it completely on the backs of the hourly rentals of our athletic facilities is we can't overprice our market. There's a certain fee structure that is appropriate for this area for athletic field usage. If we go too high, we will not get the rentals that we would from our category 3 renters. If we raise it too high on our athletic associations, that means that our local school system and our own program partners will have a harder time basically running their programs. So it's a fine line we have to balance between. We do get a huge benefit from having our athletic programs run through these outside agencies, because there's a lot of overhead that goes into that the city doesn't have to pay any of. So there is a savings to the city outside of this equation that that isn't accounted for because of just the general cost for those types of programs that we don't pay.
Yeah, yeah. So it's kind of like two-part conversation. Great to establish a sinking fund. Now let's have a focused conversation on which cash flows are going to flow into that. And what does it realistically look like from a general fund or a non-sinking fund subsidy at the end of the life to do those repairs and replacement, right? So that's a little bit of a rhetorical question, but anyway, I know it's a start. So did you want to chime in, Joe? Okay, thank you.
When you mentioned the pavilions, I was unaware that the pavilions citywide were feeding into that. I knew that there was pavilions near or adjacent to the services being. Okay, that's all. I just.
Couple questions. Just thinking back to the damage that we had at the fence at Peachtree Middle, what's the threshold before we would go to our insurance to cover that repair?
So if there's a reason for us are able to be able to follow with our insurance. So we had wind hit the windscreens and bent the fence over at the baseball fields. That was a $20-something thousand repair. Insurance paid for that because it was a storm damage. People climbing on the fence and bending the chain link all up is not necessarily something we can file with insurance that I'm aware of. I mean, I don't think Irma's going to cover vandalism as an insurance payout.
So that kind of goes into my next question. I wasn't on council when we did the agreement with DeKalb County School District. Do we have any recourse with them if we find out that in the course of their school activities, they trashed the field? Or we're just automatically on the hook?
We're responsible for maintenance.
Okay. And I just want to say, like, last year, I was very adamant that we have to have this sinking fund. We have to show our citizens that we are not only taking care of the fields now, but we're planning for the future. And we dealt with some angry baseball parents who were horrified that we were raising prices and taking over the maintenance. It is the right thing to do, and having the sinking fund and making it transparent so we can point to that and say, we are planning for the future. And, 10 years down the road, when we have to replace the turf, the money is going to be there. And I feel very strongly that this is the right step. And hopefully, if we have to adjust fees and, like moving forward, but this is the right first step.
Okay, keep going. Catherine, do you have anything? Oh,
I'm good. I think everything's pretty much.
okay. Next, please. I think it's you again.
Next is a CARES 2 budget amendment. So we've not been before you in a little while for CARES 2. And this is more of just a cleanup, really. A couple of items. First of all, we're gonna take the $225,000 out of the finance and accounting ARP position. We had originally established that position to assist us with the accounting for all the ERP funding. That position is currently vacant, and we realize that if we do indeed need that position going forward, we would have that funding available within the ARP funds. We wouldn't need it in CARES 2. We're going to take 30,000 out of the alfresco grants. That's still going to leave about 79,000 there. We're going to take $100,000 out of entrepreneurial sport, and I'll touch on that in just a second. That's going to leave about 123,000 there. So those are the places that we're moving it out of. We're going to move it into funding the business retention manager position that was approved June 12th of last year, $225,000 for 3 years. So we want to go ahead and fund that. We're going to take the 30,000 and put it in Edge City. So that was approved on July 12th of last year. It's a $150,000 contract. We got a $120,000 grant from ARC. This $30,000 represents the local match for that. And lastly, we want to put $100,000 in for the agenda item that was talked about earlier tonight by Richard McLeod for the collaborative contract to have economic development's portion of the funding for that agreement. So those are the budget amendments we're making. The second page just provides a very quick snapshot update of where we are on CARES 2. If these budget amendments were to be made, $5.3 million roughly in budget, but 4.9 we have spent through the end of September. It leaves about $370,000 remaining. And if you look, the majority of that is economic development related. With very minimal city supplies, that's basically spent. And then the Brook Run security lights has $15,000 left. Just to give a brief update on where we stand with CARES 2 as of the end of September.
All right.
Answer any questions?
Anybody have questions, Tom?
Just quick question. Are we on the proper pace to spend this fund in an appropriate amount of time to meet the federal guidelines?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Michael's got, and I believe he's still back there. Yes, Michael's got plans for the economic development part of it, since the majority of the funding that is left is his, and he has plans to spend it down. Absolutely.
Just want to make sure we're not leaving any of this on the table. Thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else? Can this be consent? Yes.
Yeah,
John.
this could be consent, as could the one.
Right, I was gonna ask about the previous one. I think those were the two. Okay.
Richard, since I have you, 1 second, just there's something that jumped out at me and I just wondered where that funding is. A month ago, or maybe 2, we had the city program for tree planting. And there was a discussion of possible expanding that tree planting. Is any of, since we're talking about this, is this or any other funding available for that expanded tree planting?
At this time, I'll
I can answer that question.
well,
So the Trees Atlanta expanded it as much as they could this
Okay.
year. So as I recall, they're gonna base our order, so we expanded it a little bit. But it wasn't a matter of demand, it was a matter of what Trees Atlanta could do for this
It was a
planting
supply
season.
aspect. Thank you. That
Yes,
answers
and
it.
so we'll build next year's program based on this year's demand, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Just that closes the loop. I
Right,
haven't had an
right,
update on
yeah.
that, so thank you. That appreciate that.
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right, so this will be consent. Sharon, did you hear that? The last 2 items? Yes.
Yes, I
Okay.
got it, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Public comment, John, is there public comment?
We are opening public comment for anybody in the room that would like to come and speak, and seeing nobody addressing the podium, I think public comment
Okay.
is now closed.
Eric,
No further comments, Mayor. A great meeting tonight. A lot of conversation. Thank you.
all right, council comments?
I do have one comment,
That's
if I
fine.
may. I just wanted, when we discussed when we didn't discuss the Vermac Road and we tabled that, I wanted to provide my rationale for why that was tabled, just so that those could understand, just because there was no opportunity for discussion. We tabled that 2 weeks ago with the idea that we would solicit feedback from citizens. And I endeavored as rapidly as I could to get as much input as I could from as many people as possible. especially with the two neighborhoods that border the potential path. I think we heard from a lot of people tonight. There was a lot of feedback on that path and a lot of concerns, but I didn't just get feedback on that issue. I got feedback on parking and traffic questions, solar, the playground and what that might look like, how the open fields might be used, how we might buffer the nature trail from the adjacent properties, how noise and operation in general might go with that. And I checked my email at the beginning of the meeting, and I was getting comments as late as 5 o'clock tonight. So my thought is that we need to spend just a little bit more time to make sure that folks have had a chance to provide their thoughts on this. And maybe we might need to reach out to some folks, and I'm thinking here in particular, the potential users of this playground we're designing, just to make sure that we design this properly with the right amount of feedback. And so I think just putting a pause on this for a little bit longer to make sure that we've had a chance to hear from everybody is important, and that's why I moved to table it. So just explaining for the folks here.
Okay. Any other council comments? John?
Yeah, thank you. Last week, we took the word transparency out of our mission, and I'm not sure if that was the right decision. I really wish that we had that public comment available, or the comment within council to discuss the item that was tabled. I would think we could have had some worthwhile discussion, not only amongst ourselves on the playground and the amenities and the trail and, you know, how to move forward, but we also would have been transparent to the 50 people in the room that were listening. I think we did a disservice by advertising an item that was up for discussion, having numerous feedback and meetings between the community, and then sending them away without having discussed amongst ourselves to let them watch our discussions, to see where we're at, to see what the issues were. I think we made a mistake. That's just me personally. I understand what happened and where you're coming from, but I think the discussions would have been worthwhile amongst ourselves. So, thanks.
Anybody else? Joe?
Sure, thanks. I remember, you know, we have what's called action items, and then we have discussions. And it seems like we have a lot of discussions on action items. And I would like to get where we could get best practices where let's have more discussion and just have quick action. And so if we can get to a point where we've had some things we were just talking about today, and well, just bring it back to us and then as an action item, but we'll still think about, well, we're not really sure. So I believe in that greater transparency as well. So pause, understand that takes time. You know, I'm not a Robert's Rules parliamentarian. Could we have just said, okay, it's not going to be an action, it's going to be a discussion item. And then let's revisit the park plan and say, do we have enough to make a decision now?
So you could have, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And so think about where we are. I remember years ago, I went to bed at night on an action item that council had, and I saw it was in the packet, rightly so. And I thought it was going to be up or down on that action, and it was modified. It was a crosswalk with the flashing lights on Mount Vernon by Stratham Drive or wherever it is up there. And I loved where it was, and I put it out on my bike walk Dunwoody, and I thanked. And then in the morning, I found out 2 days later it was changed completely, but it was as an action. But it was a discussion really in effect, and the council changed what was presented in there. So yeah, I would rather have more discussion items and say, you know what, are we all really in sync? Great. Are we all really? Then it's action item next time. Then the citizens know it's frozen 99%. And if it's just minor tweaks and just verbiage or legalese or just some typos, great. But let's not make wholesale part and parcels changes. And yeah, it was wrong. I mean, well, I'm sorry if that's it, but yeah, it was a surprise 2 weeks ago to see all of a sudden a path put on there. I get it, but I've also had some greater feedbacks as well. So I'm just saying, you know, when I sat down with Rob as well, I said, look, they wanted to commit yes or no, and I said I'd like to listen to more people, and I hope there's nothing wrong with bringing in more public input and comment to that, and have a meet at Vermac on site, do a mailer. We don't have funds right now, just allowing for that transparency. But gosh darn it, if we have an action item, let's push it back to a discussion then, if we could parliamentarian that and say, you know what, we're just not ready for this. We have a lot of feedback still. We need to tweak it again, back and forth. I just, you know, it's a lot of things happening on discussion items. That I'd rather just have, you know, what, we had a work session in advance this morning, this afternoon, we tweaked it. Here's the packet, whatever. So have it up and down. Anyway, thank you guys.
I just want to say I really enjoyed spending my 24th wedding anniversary with all of you. So we all have people behind us. I guarantee my husband is not watching the Facebook feed, but happy anniversary, Jack.
There we go. Anybody else? Okay.
Yeah, well, happy anniversary. And who know, well, you know, I was gonna say, so today is Diwali, which is a Hindu festival of lights, and based on the fireworks display across the street from City Hall tonight, I presume we had at least a few residents celebrating that, or maybe the fireworks for your anniversary. I don't know.
It's also United Nations Day.
So, but anyway, for those that celebrate, happy Diwali.
Yes, happy Diwali. So quick note that the last member of the Donaldson family, Fred Donaldson, died at 97. He was the last member of the family, not the last member of the family, but the last member of the family born in the Chestnut Donaldson house, has passed away. Wanted to recognize that. Don't forget trunk or treat, not that Thursday night at Brook Run. And thank you all. I think on top of some open meetings training, we could probably use a little bit of a refresher on parliamentary procedure, because items can be tabled after you've talked about them. So you don't have to table them right away. So anyhow, all right, seeing no more discussion, we have no executive session. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by John, second by Tom. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Good night. Happy anniversary, Stacy. We'll see y'all later.